Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Yes, we are. Man, everything. Delay on everything today. How you guys doing? Kirk, Mitesh, I see you guys are having a battle of words. Oh, man. You guys got to keep that one going for, what? Jeez. I think that went on for close to 3 hours. I'm pretty sure I might even be a little generous there. I think it was longer. God, that was one of the funniest chats I think I've seen in a long time. Which, by the way, you guys will... That specific chat will be in one of the videos coming up here, so... Hey. Anyway, how you guys doing today? Hope you are doing well, gentlemen, because... Do we have any... No, I think it's just you guys for now, so... Gentlemen! Now we can be ourselves. Just kidding. Now we can be man's men. Manly men. We are men. We drink beer. We are men. I don't know, you guys want to, like, go saw some logs or something? I mean, like, literally, like, I don't know, chop wood, because that's what men do. Me and Sylvia are collaborating. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Dude, I'm looking forward to this. This is awesome. What up, Talon? Last night, we let the liquor talk. Did you? I was about to say. You definitely joined us on the high on politics portion of that side, of that show. So, now I hope, as I said, I hope you guys are all doing well. Let's throw some rocks into streams and go nuts over it. Yeah! Dude. I bet I can get it to skip 5 times. 5 times. 5 skips. Can't be 5 skips. What's up with that? Actually, I mean, dude, I remember the first time, like, I thought I was good at that, and then I watched, somebody do that, and I was like, oh. Man. I just watched that Dark Side of the Power Rangers documentary that just came out today on HBO Max. Dude. Wow. So, like, I knew about a lot of that stuff, but damn. The reason I bring that up is because at one point they do just that. They show, like, them skipping stones. I'm like, heard that we're actually talking about that. Do you play Poano? He plays the Poano very, very well. Is that like a piano made of cheese? Pomano piano. Damn it. Ooh, what's the tea? Oh, okay. Well, let's see if I can break this one down. So, this goes back to, like, the original Power Rangers curse that people thought was, like, a real thing for a while there. Which, funny enough, like, somebody was mentioning in the comments of one of, like, the YouTube video, like, breakdowns of it, that they're like, oh yeah, the curse has been alive and well since the 1990s. I'm like, nobody had passed before, like, the curse didn't really have time to even catch on. Like, what are you talking about? They're like, oh, I meant the casting curse, where they just couldn't get cast in anything else. But Yeah, so the curses, like, let's just be real. It started around like 2001. With the passing of the Yellow Ranger in a car accident. Nothing scandalous. She just was not wearing her seatbelt. They rolled a car on the 405 on where there was like some rocky terrain, and there was just no way that she could survive that. Wait. What did I just walk in on? What up, Ryan? I'm talking about the dark side of the Power Rangers. I watched that documentary today, and it was very interesting because I did learn some stuff that I hadn't really known before. Because so I'll start from like the most obvious one: the Green Ranger, committing I think it was 2022, right? Pretty sure. But yeah, it was a shock to everybody. Nobody had really known that he had any issues there until like you go back and you watch some of his content and you're like, oh damn. Home for Passover. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. I'm glad that you just get to relax and just chill. That's actually really like, that's relieving on my end here, where it's just like, hell yeah, Ryan's just chilling. Yeah, cool, man. But either way, real quick. So, long and short of this one is, there were way more Power Ranger scandals than I had originally thought, because I'm dumb. I thought it was just like, oh, they got in trouble because they cast an Asian lady and a black guy as the, yellow and black ranger. A little on the nose, don't you think? Which, I don't know. I'm not sure if I full on believe this, but if it is true, then it's very funny that it was, like, if it was just the oversight that, like, the casting directors, like, caught after it happened, because the one thing that throws a wrench in that theory is the Yellow Ranger wasn't originally an Asian girl. In the pilot episode, it is a Latina girl who, I guess, they actually discussed it, where she lived in Arizona, and she was one of the first ones to kind of like want a contract, and they were just like, nah, we ain't doing that. So they just were like, we're going to recast, even though she had already filmed the pilot episode, which, man, I want to see that episode really bad now. But yeah, I thought that was like the long and short of the controversies. No. Number one, I forgot about the Red Ranger, who was like from one of the samurai shows. Like, I'll be completely honest with you guys. I stopped watching after Zio. I think at the appropriate time, I was like turning 11 or 12, and I was kind of like, all right, I'm done. Only recently did I get back into the franchise with the comic book. The comic book is really good. Well, was really good. They just rebooted it. It's okay. It's kind of the same storyline. It's kind of the same universe, but they did like this... They made the Morphin Grid a multiverse now, and it's annoying. This is super dorky shit, so I'll just say, like, I'm not going to go into the full, like, ins and outs of, Power Rangers as a franchise, but I will say that the most popular Ranger being the Green Ranger, who, he went to conventions, and he genuinely cared, man. Like, he was a very, very, like, special dude with the way that he, like, interacted with his fans, and... like, genuinely gave a shit. So, I don't know, that kind of made me think, like, oh, wow. Sorry, I'm breaking up a little, because it is kind of fucked up, just not knowing, my last season of Power Rangers was Jungle Fury. Watched it with my little bro. We had fun. I mean, yeah, dude, if you got a brother, oh, I can only imagine. I had a little sister who watched, she watched it, but it was more for the Saved by the Bell aspect of things, and she didn't like the fact that, she would always have to be a putty or something. I was, maybe I was a little bit of a, mean big brother. I hate to say it. I there were one or two times where I did have the talking to, where it's just like, can you please not use your sister as a karate practice tool? And then I got the same the same talking to about wrestling, where it's just like, hey, no more body slams to your sister. It's like, oh. Meanwhile, she's sitting there just like, ah. RJ, our beloved best master from the series. Yo, what up, Anna? How you doing? Hope you're having a good day. How was your meeting? How'd everything go with that? Man, we're gonna watch a video here coming up. It's definitely full of hopium, so I'm excited for that. Speaking of, I just realized that I never actually brought that up here. I need to do the
Tracks.
Let's start the video. Okay, yeah, we got it. But yeah, hopium is good. I like hopium. Apparently there is good news within the resistance movement. Resistance to Trump, but also the general resistance against this really messed up system that we have, because that's one thing. I can't go too deep into it, but I'm dealing with something with healthcare right now where just another reminder, man. Just another effing reminder of like, oh, well, if you really need to see this, then you need to go to the ER. Knowing damn well how much that's going to cost me. Which, I'm not in an ER type of situation. That's kind of what sucks. So, I'm just in a situation where they're like, oh, can you wait until July? No, I really can't. But, probably going to have to. Yay, America. So, what's that whole thing about, you know, waiting times and... I'm just, oh my God. I'm going to be completely real with you guys. My patience for the right-wing buffoonery today is at 0. I mean 0. I had an in real life fucking conversation that it might as well have been on here. It really made me angry. Because it made me realize that, because I think that there was like this disconnect where I was like, oh, you know what? They can't act like this out there. They're not that bad. They can't actually believe this. Nope. That's forever gone. Now I actually, now I have a real, a face. I already forgot his name, but a stupid White Sox hat. That was another thing where I was just like, oh, okay, so as a Cubs fan, that also, it's like knowing his politics suck, that was immediately just like, you would like Trump. Dirty Sox fan, what's wrong with you? That totally did go through my head. Which was ironic too, because he was talking about the Venezuelan gang leader. Which I was like, gang leader? He's like, yeah, the one that they're trying, that the left they love so much that they're trying to, tangle it up in courts. I'm like, you mean the father that even the Trump administration admitted was a mistake and there's no crime, he didn't commit any crimes and he had a work visa? What are you talking about? A work visa? Well, he wasn't a citizen. I'm like, okay, by your logic, are we just going to start deporting people who are on vacation? Like, just anybody, you're going to walk up to, a British couple and be like, oi, you don't belong here, do ye? I just called ice on ye. And then just wait. Like, what the fuck? Seriously, how brain broken are these people? Like, it is crazy. What happened? And I keep joking with the lead poisoning, but seriously, can somebody just chime in and tell me, is that actually what's going on? Did these people who, Robin, actually, God, I wish Robin were here so she could just say it, because it's essentially, I think it's her generation, because this guy, he was between the age of 45 and 55, and my God, I finally had it, because he also, I could let some of it go, but as I said, when he started talking about the Venezuelan gang leader, I was just like, no, that's blatant misinformation. Then he made the weirdest pivot where he's just like, oh, yeah, well, I bet you're just one of those, I bet you're one of those vax believers too. And I was just like, oh, we're doing that. Oh. I was like, what the wow. It's not a single cause, but it's a factor that in the confluence of causes. Well, wait, are you talking about like your meeting yesterday or just like the overall, oh, like the resistance thing? Well, I would call the resistance, I mean, there's, now we can have fun with this one. We can really confuse the right wingers where, no, we could call everybody who's anti-Trump the resistance. And I know that you're going to be, the lead poisoning. Oh, I thought you were talking resistance. Okay, my bad. Yeah, okay, so you really do... Wow, okay, thank you for answering that legitimately. Because I meant that. I wasn't actually expecting someone to answer it, though. I'll be honest. Okay. Because I asked my dad about, like, how much exposure he had at, like, to lead as a kid, and he was just like, a lot. And mind you, my dad's not a Trumper. He's really not that bad. He's just a silly old man, but I could tell you right now, this guy that oh my God, it had to be the lead. It had to be. Just the way that he came barreling into a comic book store, just like, yeah, you know what? I went on vacation. It was a great time. We went fishing, but it would have been a better time had we not had these two libtards there. It's just like, I'm sitting there listening. I had a comic in my lap, huh? And my buddy who owns the store, he just looked at him. He looked at him, looks at me, and he kind of gave me the like, please don't. Like, he's like, I know what you want to do. I'll handle it. So like, it was all said in one look, where I was just like, okay. Because he starts going on about, yeah, well, one of these guys is talking about how he's got a federal job, and he doesn't like Elon. He's so anti-Elon, and I finally did chime in a little bit. It wasn't that bad, but I was just like, well, yeah, we didn't, to be fair, we didn't elect Elon, and he's not exactly part of the cabinet. He's just like, what do you mean? He was appointed by Trump. I'm like, no, dude, like, he's abusing his power. If you can't see that, and you can't see why people are mad at that, then that's kind of blatant. He's like, whatever, man. I still think that these guys were taking it a little bit too hard, and they were blaming Trump for no reason, and they keep saying that it's performance, reviews. Of course, these people are going to say that it's not their performance, because who's going to come out and say, yeah, you know what, I did a shitty job, like he made a really good point. He made a point. Not a good point. He made a point. That one I will give him. I had to sit there and just take it. And then, masterfully, he just, the guy who owns the store just comes in and he's just like, well, I'm actually, that's all fun and dandy, but I'm more like into like not talking about politics and having the debate of whether Thor or Hulk would win. It's just like, nice. And then it always does turn into, well, yeah, I actually think that Thor would win. Everybody says Hulk. I'm like, nah. Nah. Thor's too crafty. Like in in battle, yeah, nah. Improvisation is definitely on Thor's side there. Just gonna say. But yeah, it was kind of. But after he left, I snapped. I was like, you know what? Like, is there anybody in the store? Nope. You mind? He's like, go ahead. I'm just like, Saitama. For real, Saitama. Well, wait. But Deku, no, hold on, because the thing is, Saitama has to hit you. Saitama isn't, like, immortal. He isn't, like, impervious, so... Superman. Hello, where are you from? Chicago. The man who like what? How are you? Welcome to the stream. I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. Hope you enjoy yourself. Thor put Hulk on his ass with actually without using his. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, yeah. No, it's Thor all day. Like, Thor may like fear the Hulk and his strength, but when it comes to like the movie and like Thor Ragnarok, that fight scene was done beautifully. As a comic book fan, it had everything that I wanted, and it had the logic there where it was just like, oh, what's Saitama's weakness? I thought that he was just I thought he wasn't impervious or anything like that. Wasn't that the whole like problem where he just had the one punch? Or is he completely impervious to everything? Because if that's the case, then yeah, Saitama, sorry. I'm a leftist. I'm left-leaning, but I welcome all types of discussion as long as you're not trolling and as long as you are, good faith and you treat the community well. You know, I found a Chicago hoodie in my bro's closet today. Thought about you. Nice! That's how that always should be. You see anything from Chicago, it's like, Pep? Pep, he is literally the strongest thing in the universe. I'm pretty sure he can fly into the sun. He can? Oh. See, I didn't... Oh. Wow. Alright, hold on. What is Saitama's weakness? Because, like, the thing is, if he can... Wait. If he can do that, all that, but he doesn't have a weakness, like, it's his lack of control and technique in sports and his tendency to become bored and mentally check out of things that aren't going his way. That's it? That's his weakness? While not a major weakness, Saitama has shown vulnerability to cat claws, which is a humorous gag in the series. No, lack of serious effort, existential crisis. It's all mental. That's the whole point of the series. Oh my god. Okay. Wow, I didn't realize that he went full god mode. Okay. Oh, I thought the whole point of the show was that he couldn't find a fight that was worth a damn because he couldn't even punch anybody. Yeah, I know. I do know that part. Let's see. How much of One Punch Man did I see? I probably saw the first season. Like, I know that I've seen way more than one episode. It's been a long time, though. Okay. No, then Saitama, I'm sorry. Then I changed my answer. If he doesn't have, like, a kryptonite or red sun weakness, then yeah. No, he's got Superman beat. If Superman becomes a little, it made the character interesting, but the way that they overutilize it sometimes, you're just like, come on, Superman, what are you doing? It's like, you knew that there was a red sun in there, a red sun room. Come on. Like, how many times you got, like, realistically, like, I'm just going to be completely honest with you. He would deal with Lex Luthor maybe twice before he does, like, I don't know my own strength. Oopsie. Like, I don't know, man. I know it's, like, the whole point of the comics, but, that was also my problem with, like, the movie Superman, the Henry Cavill Superman, because he already showed that it's like, oh, you will cross that. It's like, no, that's the whole point. That's why everybody was so mad at that scene with the frickin' with Zod, was no, he is Superman. He would have floated up. He would have found a way. It's the whole point. Basically, unlike others, he was able to remove his limiter. He just got infinitely... Okay, so... And that's... Okay, so that's what the show is literally about. How he's just undefeatable and he gets bored. And that's when he... Okay. Is that his like final form? Because I'll be honest, I haven't seen that. God, I stopped watching Naruto after what's his face? Sasuke's brother after he died. God, I want to say it was the last episode I saw. Okay. Yeah, then I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that, and I have not, like, I've not willingly watched any Boruto or whatever. I've seen a bunch of, like, you know, clips online. I did see one fight scene that looked really cool with an adult Naruto where I was like, one of these days. I'll give it a shot. The thing is, God, I have so much crap to watch. Still haven't caught up on Daredevil, man. And like today was one of those things where I wanted to watch something, but I didn't want it to be like a series or a comic show, surprisingly. I wanted just something, you know, like a documentary, and it was perfect timing when I saw the dark side of Power Rangers. I was like, perfect. Pep, you are now Chicago. Hell yeah. Thor's weapon is crafted from a dying star, which is so much more energy dense than a regular star. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, the physics behind the hammer Thor. God, I have to find that YouTube video. It's really, really good. Basically, unlike others, he was able to remove his limiter and just get infinitely stronger. Are you talking about Saitama or Thor? Because Thor does have a limit. It's the side that's produced to him from being Gaia's son, which is exploited by the Titans, which is a really, really cool arc. I'm thinking bloodborne viruses, though, because he doesn't seem to be able to hit mosquitoes. Well, yeah, but didn't they... Well, if you're talking Saitama, then I thought he has impervious skin. So... I didn't... Again, man, Kirk, you actually got me more interested in One Punch Man. I haven't seen any of it. It's, God, forever. So, yeah, man. Humans were given limiters by God, and Saitama was able to break the limiter doing daily workout routines. Okay, maybe that's why I stopped watching, because the show, it's so silly. But it wants to be taken serious at times, and that's where it's like, okay, you got to find that right balance. That one's almost, it's like, oh man, you guys are relying on the jokes a little bit too much. It's dumb, but it's so good. I'll give it a shot again. I'll give that one a shot. I'm finishing Sakamoto Days. I've only got 2 more episodes of that. I think before it's done. I don't know. I hope it gets another season, because that's a really good show. If you haven't seen Sakamoto Days, it is very, very, very good. That is so funny that Saitama literally does not have... Like, he's his own weakness. And not even in, like, that interesting of a way outside of just like, oh yeah, sometimes you just overthink things. Good analogy, but damn. Because how... Alright, wait a minute. Maybe that was my problem. This is the most important question about this. How many episodes of One Punch Man are there? $24. Oh. That's very doable. Alright, well. Oh, yeah. I guess Crunchyroll's gonna get a workout this... Oh, shit. I'm not gonna have time this weekend. Man, I got Comic-Con. Which, by the way, guys, if any of you are going to be in Chicago for C2E2, yeah, definitely let me know. Have to set up a little meet and greet or something. We'll you know, we'll have a little circle outside. But okay, I might actually have to go reset this thing. All right. Favorite song to play is Glassy Sky from Tokyo Ghoul. Ooh. Have you guys watched Dan to Dan? Now that's a good fucking show, and I highly recommend everybody watch that. All right, guys. We'll play this one. Okay, I'll be right back.
I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir when I say this, but the state of media in this country is in pretty bad shape. I mean, you've got liberal pundits like Bill Maher, Mika Brzezinski, Joe Scarborough, Cenk Uygur, and Anna Kasparian all capitulating to fascists, basically, while conservative pundits predictably are doing pro-state propaganda that's so sycophantic it makes North Korean state TV look combative by comparison. For example, while the stock market was crashing and burning because of Donald Trump's tariffs, Fox News was trying to distract their brain-dead audience with anti-trans hysteria so that way they wouldn't think about their 401ks that they were losing. And so-called independent media is somehow even worse, because rather than avoiding the subject like good propagandists, some of them are opting for the bold strategy of trying to convince their viewers that economic destruction is actually good. For example, far-right influencer The Quivering tweeted out, "You do not need the new iPad. You do not need the new cell phone. You do not need the new video game console. You want them." There is a big difference, and if you look at the people whining about the tariffs, I challenge you to ask them how their lives have been affected in any way. And this is really rich coming from the guy who proudly displays his Funko Pops and extensive Magic the Gathering collection behind him. In other words, it's okay for him to spend money on frivolous bullshit because he probably makes hundreds of thousands of dollars every single year bitching about movies and video games being too woke on YouTube. But if you're one of the peasants who has a real job and you work a 9 to 5, well, you don't have the right to complain. And you have to shut the fuck up and tighten your belt because this multimillionaire said so. The audacity of him of all people to make this argument. And to be clear, he would not be saying this if a Democratic president was crashing the economy. But since the goal is to disseminate conservative pro-Trump propaganda all the time to his reactionary audience, he knows that he's expected to toe the line no matter what to keep the gravy train rolling. And so many of these right-wing media personalities are nothing more than NPCs with no core principles or beliefs of their own. They simply say what they think their audience wants to hear to get views and clicks. For example, look at how drastically closeted homosexual conservative commentator Benny Johnson's take on the stock market changed since last year.
Losing money costs you nothing. This is just the reality of life. You're gonna, like, were you young and dumb? How much money did you lose? Everyone loses money. Everyone loses money. It costs you nothing. In fact, it builds quite a bit of character. In fact, you learn a lot of lessons, actually, by losing money. It's bloody Black Monday. Holy moly. The Kamala crash is here. Kamala needs to get in front of a camera today. People are losing their homes today. People are losing their fortunes today. People are losing their futures today. People are losing their 401ks today. This is shaping up to be one of the worst market days in American history.
Shameless. Absolutely shameless. See, these people don't give a shit about you. They'll only invoke working class issues to attack Democrats, but they don't actually care about working class issues because all of these propagandists are not working class people. They're multimillionaires doing propaganda for multi-billionaires. So your pain and suffering has no impact on their daily lives, and they're only going to use it if there's something to be gained politically by talking about the issues that you experience. But in focusing on so-called independent right-wing pundits, I don't want to give you the impression that liberal media is somehow good, because while they're certainly not as bad as the conservative bootlickers in the independent space, independent liberal figures are also pretty partisan, unfortunately. These big-time liberal YouTubers who actually do score interviews with Democratic Party politicians almost never ask confrontational questions, and instead just get the politician they're interviewing to explain how bad Republicans are to the liberal audiences, which, I mean, if you have the opportunity to speak truth to power and ask Democrats about how they're failing their own constituents, why wouldn't you do that? I mean, the partisanship is just embarrassing. So in my view, independent media is a bit of a misnomer, because there's really not that many truly independent people. They exist for sure, but people like me, Secular Talk, Rational National, the others, we're the minority. And as the number of good independent journalists and commentators dwindle, you know, the bad ones are somehow getting even worse. Now, we already know that some of the biggest names in conservative media, like Dave Rubin, Benny Johnson, and Tim Pool, became unwitting mouthpieces for Russia through a deal that they struck with Tenant Media, which demonstrates that these people are nothing more than whores who apparently didn't think to question whether or not there was anything suspicious about a multi-million-dollar deal from an investor that they've never heard of named Edward Gregorian. Sounds legit. I mean, when money talks, they listen. That's what motivates these people. They don't have some broader goal for the country, no core beliefs or ideology. It's just about the cash. But in all fairness, you know, in that situation, they were victims. Sure, they did get millions of dollars out of it that they didn't have to return, but nonetheless, they were victims who were unwittingly duped into producing propaganda for a foreign government. But they somehow reached a new low, because some of those same bootlickers are now willingly doing propaganda at the behest of a different foreign government. As Jewish Insider reports, Israel's war criminal Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who was currently wanted by the International Criminal Court, held a private meeting with several podcasters, including Dave Rubin, Tim Pool, and Bethany Mandel, who wrote a book on wokeness but couldn't define it. And Tim Pool confirmed that the meeting took place on Twitter and called the discussion between him and Netanyahu, quote, interesting. Oh, was it? Interesting.
Oh, Sylvie, by the way, who were you talking about? Were you talking about Thor or Saitama? I'm still wondering.
That's the word that you're using? Alrighty then. Now, if you had the chance to meet with the modern-day equivalent of Adolf Hitler, who's currently doing a Holocaust, one would think that that would be at the top of your mind when you're formulating your question, but apparently not. None of these influencers reportedly asked Netanyahu about the genocide that he's currently doing. The genocide that he is wanted for by the International Criminal Court for doing, which is a hint as to why they were invited there in the first place. But according to Tim Pool, none of the other people asked meaningful questions, and really he was the only one to ask a substantive question, according to him. Now, if you read the write-up in Jewish Insider, the question that he asked was utterly useless, but according to him, they wildly misrepresented the question that he asked, and he was upset about that because people were thinking that he was a bit of a bootlicker for not challenging a war criminal. So he's going to set the record straight and explain why the question that he asked was actually better than they made it out to be. Let's listen.
I think I was the only one that asked a real question. Now that I've pissed off all the other journalists and individuals who were there, most people were asking what I would describe as...
Click the link on the Majority Report and found this channel. Well, Charlie, thank you, Charlie Martini. I appreciate you stopping by, man. Yeah, I am a regular chatter over on Majority Report, but I like to cover a lot of the similar stuff. I love when Sam has any interview with like the guys like PBD, any of that kind of stuff. You will find that here. Also, we are 420 friendly.
Like pretty obvious questions. Is there going to be a war with Iran? Do you think the nuclear talks are going to be good? The Trump is going to be talking with you. Will it work out for you? What's the concern? What's going on with your prime ministership or whatever? And you get these answers that I really felt like you could have just got a Fox News.
He is so proud of himself.
You know, the prime minister is going to get asked about this stuff, and he's going to say, I can't speak too much on the nuclear deals, blah, blah, blah. Considering this was Chatham House, and it was expected that whatever he said was going to come out, I didn't see anything really substantive. However, in the story, they say, Pool expressed concerns about increased anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism in the pro-Trump podcasting space, according to sources in the room, so they weren't there. Pool famously had Kanye West on his podcast, and the rapper walked out mid-interview after Pool pushed back against anti-Semitic comments. Responding to Poole, Netanyahu said that the reason he invited the group is to meet with him. To me? Poole argued that there is a Qatari op to manipulate social media
Even Tim Pool was like, what?
algorithms to make anti-Semitic and anti-Israel episodes appear to receive far more views than,
That
say,
wasn't written
tips for
very
picking up
well.
women, in order to incentivize podcasters and YouTubers to produce more anti-Semitic content. Netanyahu, however, was non-committal in his response, saying that's only possible. Fake news!
How dare you, Tim?
Absolute fake news. It's close to reality, but this is what they do, okay? First, the person who was there clearly wasn't there. Ask somebody who then conveyed incorrectly what I actually said. I said there has been a report released from pro-Israel sources alleging Qatar is funding bots and operations to promote anti-Israel content. Is there any evidence that's true? And he said, I don't know. It's possible. That's what happened. I did not say they actually were doing that because I don't know that they're actually doing it. However, I did, to a variety of people, express what I've expressed on this show, that there are clearly bots that are anti-Israel and anti-Semitic. That is not to say that people who are critical of Israel don't exist or that no one is critical of Israel. People certainly are.
In other words, they basically portrayed his question correctly. It was as pathetic as the article made it out to be. You were talking, Tim, to a mass murdering war criminal wanted by the International Criminal Court, and you asked him about online bots criticizing him. Tim, you are a fucking joke. Bootlicker isn't a sufficient descriptor for tools like you. It's bad enough to throw us.
Wait, are we? I'm confused here, but are we honest? Were we honestly thinking that he was going to do that with that opportunity? Like, are you disappointed? Listen, I'm all for making fun of Tim Pool, but is he actually disappointed that like he didn't ask something from a left-wing perspective? Because shocked Pikachu face, Tim Pool is not a right-winger or a left-winger.
A
like
softball question to anyone in power, because if you
well, according to him, he's not a right-winger either.
have access to power, you should use that
I'm just a
opportunity
normal
to
guy.
challenge power and speak truth to power. But you had the opportunity to confront a wanted war criminal who will go down as one of the most.
I think that is a weird thing to be angry at him about. I'm gonna just be honest, because that is an unrealistic expectation.
Ruthless killers
Like,
in
what?
human history, and you asked him about online bots, Tim.
What? Yeah, it's stupid.
Israel has bombed hospitals.
I also thought it was kind of like, wait, did he really just pull that whole thing where he's like, I out-journalist the journalists?
And refugee camps.
High
IDF
five.
soldiers have been on video laughing about sniping children in the
Kickflip.
heads, but bots, that was what was at the top of your mind. I can't even fucking wrap my head around it. You are a spineless coward, Tim. And if I were you, I would never be able to look myself in the mirror again after that shit show. But he goes on to make...
I'm just, again, I feel like this would be warranted if this was like a prominent left-wing creator that just did that. But for Pool, it's like,
the case
again,
as to why
I'm not even trying to be that fair to him.
his question actually was super tough in actuality, and we all just don't get it. And it's because, since there's possibly so much anti-Israel bots, anti-Israel sentiment is growing, particularly in the podcast space. So he was letting Netanyahu know that support for Israel will inevitably decline. And apparently him telling Netanyahu that they're losing support is his idea of confronting Netanyahu, because he told him about Israel's waning popularity. Didn't mention why their popularity was waning, which was the elephant in the room that none of them addressed. But that's apparently supposed to be a tough question, a substantive question, according to Tim Pool. First of all, Netanyahu knows about his international reputation and the reputation of Israel, and he doesn't care. Second of all, if you're not going to communicate why Israel is losing support, i.e. ethnic cleansing, genocide, war crimes, your question is fucking useless. But without further ado, here's his defense of himself.
Israel's not going to have support from this country in 20 years. The U.S. is going to say, we've got two factions. Young people on the right who are following in the footsteps of MAGA populist movement, who don't want to fund foreign wars, they vote no on Israel. The far left that hates Israel, they vote no on Israel. Israel, you got no funding anymore.
That's not the dumbest thing he said.
That's what I see happening.
I think that's fairly obvious when you talk to any,
It's really not.
Zoomers. They're clearly not
like my cat.
pro-Israel. They look at the United States and say, "Look, we have our own problems here. And they look at our history of, foreign adventurism, and they're like, this hasn't worked out for me personally. I can't afford this. I can't pay bills, or I can't have a nice place, or whatever. So I think it's fairly obvious, right?
I think I think it comes from a lack of education on like how foreign policy actually works, and the fact that you literally cannot survive in this world without allies. 10 guys show up to beat you up. Are you going to fight them all by yourself? No, you need friends. Right? What's that?
What?
I said Phil might.
Phil might. Yeah. But you see this from people in Congress too, that they just don't understand how foreign policy works. I think is really unfortunate. But the other issue to what you're talking about with like the lack of Gen Z support for Israel is there are no like pro-Israel champions that I really see. I talk about Israel a lot. I'm a raging Zionist, but I don't see a whole lot of other people who have like a firm understanding of the history and the context.
A raging Zionist.
People can't make a cogent argument that that young people find compelling as to why we should.
Which is why on the right, it's...
Sorry, but this guy sounds like an ignorant fool. There are so many arguments against Israel supporters appealing to your feelings.
Sure, Israel can do its thing, don't care. And on the left, it's down with Israel.
It is utterly astonishing to me that they're casually able to avoid the elephant in the room and talk around the ongoing genocide as they speculate about why Israel might be losing support. Newsflash, it's not because Zoomers don't think that there's a net benefit to materially supporting Israel. It's because they see videos of children dying. It's because they see...
Well, I mean, he was kind of insinuating that with the left-wing perspective, but he's not just he's not framing it that way.
...of brains falling out of the scalps of children online, and that has basically led to the outrage. It's not because, oh, I'm doing a cost-benefit analysis, and I don't necessarily think that the return on our investment in Israel is good. No, it's because they're seeing people dying and they're having a human reaction. Yeah. And it's ironic that the self-proclaimed raging Zionist on the panel, Cam Higbee, chalked it up to a lack of education. Actually, it's the opposite.
Again, but this is where I'm a little shocked at, like, you being shocked. Like, Cam Higbee making a comment like that. Yeah, what's the saying? In water's wet?
It's pretty clear that they don't support Israel because they're educated. And his goal is to keep it that way by lying to defend Israel, because he tweeted, Israel never targets civilians. Is that so? Israel never targets civilians. Listen, Tim Pool...
Why would you even want to, like, he just said that he's a raging Zionist. Like, I'm not trying to, like, we already know he's an enemy.
Made the choice
Why
to
even platform his BS?
Platform this person who is engaging in genocide denial on his podcast with no pushback whatsoever, by the way. First of all, Israel is starving Palestinians to death with their blockade of aid to Gaza. On top of that, the Palestinian Red Crescent Society is calling for an independent international investigation into what they claim were targeted killings of first responders. Hundreds of thousands have been killed in Gaza, many of them directly targeted by the IDF. The IDF double-tapped an aid convoy, for fuck's sake. More women and children have been killed in a single year in Gaza than any recent military conflict. On top of that, human rights groups like Amnesty International have concluded that Israel is indeed doing a genocide. The International Court of Justice ordered Israel to take steps to prevent a plausible genocide, an order that Israel has defied, by the way. And again, the ICC issued an arrest warrant for both Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant. But the guy who says that Israel never targets civilians has the audacity to accuse everyone else of not supporting...
Talking about what the IDF has done ad nauseum as an argument, knowing what Hamas has done is weird AF. It's obvious that Tim doesn't believe Israel has done worse than Hamas. You're appealing to no one but your bubble.
Israel because they're uneducated.
I mean, are you talking about me or him? Because honestly, I'm a little... I thought that I was almost being too fair to Tim here, where it's just like, hold on.
Quite the contrary, asshole. We oppose Israel because we're educated. We oppose U.S. foreign policy.
I mean, this is, as I said, this whole video, I'm going to be real. Like, I thought that it was like going to be something laughing at how dumb the question is, but he's genuinely pissed off that Tim didn't ask a question to Netanyahu invited by Trump and didn't frame it as a leftist.
It's Israel.
Like, that's where I'm like, what? Why? Yeah, exactly. Why even get emotional about this? Again, I would totally understand this if, like, even Destiny, like if a Destiny did this, but it's Like, what?
because they are complicit with Israel's genocide.
Actually, somehow I would just be like, and Destiny sucks.
But during this podcast,
No,
they
'cause
speculate
I don't think Destiny would either.
about why Israel doesn't have much support in the podcast sphere. And Tim Pool claimed that there weren't many defenders of Israel
I should. Well, no,
in
Hassan
the
would.
space, and that's what
Who would actually get invited though from the left? Like, I'm also wondering
one
that.
of the reasons. And he asked his co-host to name people, big content creators who support Israel, and then immediately they had a bunch of examples like Ben Shapiro and Destiny. But they seemingly all agree that Israel is losing support because nobody's really making a
But that's a good thing. Wait a minute. He's pointing out a good thing that we should be happy about. And I kind of agree with his assessment that the reason that Israel's going to end up losing a lot of support is because Gen Z, or like the younger generation behind us, and they on both sides are going, nah. Like, he didn't articulate the reason on the left, no, but he did say that there's no appetite there. And what he said about the right wing on there, like,
compelling case
I don't
to
know.
young people as to why our government continues to support Israel. So Cam Higbee is going to try to explain why our government should continue to fund Israel's genocide, and I'm going to let you decide whether or not you think he's persuasive.
The argument for funding Israel is that almost all of the money we give Israel goes into their military. So first of all, from a capitalist perspective, the best part of that is you're taking public dollars and reinjecting them into the private sector. We don't give any money to Israel. We give money to our defense companies. They give weapons to Israel. So the primary benefit of that is, like, a really good example is in 1981, Israel battle tested F-15s for the first time ever. These F-15s had never been battle tested. They flew them in combat against Iraq. We learned our F-15s were capable of long-range bombing campaigns against Saddam Hussein's nuclear reactor. They didn't lose a single F-15 in battle against Russian MiGs at the height of the Cold War. That was great. They were the first to battle test our F-35 Lightning IIs.
Sure, but that's 40 years ago. So what's the
F-35 Lightning IIs are today. Trophy systems and Abrams tanks. They were the first to test them. They were one of the first to test JDAMs. So today they're still providing us with, like, the money we give them. We are essentially just an R&D program for our military.
Oh, well, shit. Why didn't you just say that from the start? If you told me that the money that we're giving to Israel is basically research and development for the military, then I would have been on board from the jump. These people are such clowns. Holy shit. Listen, I don't give a flying fuck about the military. You can cut that bitch by 75%.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, man. What's going on with Mike here?
75%.
Like, this is not a good. This wasn't what I would thought it was gonna be.
And we'd still have one of the largest militaries in the world. And side note, Trump is doing the opposite. He's
I'd hope not Shaky Gurga and Anna Kasparian.
proposing an unprecedented $1 trillion
That's never not gonna make me laugh right now.
defense budget. While people
I needed
starve
that.
and they do austerity and cut social safety net programs, we have
All it took was you just giving her the capital A.
much more money
It's
for
so
bombs, apparently.
funny.
Doge isn't going to do anything about that. No auditing the Pentagon or the defense budget. Just, we have money for bombs,
Oh man.
death and destruction, but no money to feed the poor. It's disgusting.
Alan, thank you for bringing that to the community, because honestly,
And I'm sure that all of these anti-war independent thinkers on this podcast are going to condemn that, right? What do you even say?
you or
It's a
Sylvie
joke.
that said that first.
This is your independent media, folks. Not so independent, is it?
He's shilling to his community. This is what a fake, ignorant political streamer looks like. Honestly, I'm kind of I am disappointed. I'm disappointed that in this, this is disingenuous.
But what is hilarious to me,
I don't think his rage and him actually caring about talking about Gaza is, but I think that him bringing this Tim Pool segment into it to then act indignant
is that after rightfully getting pushback for chumming it up with a war criminal, Tim Pool posted this to Twitter to denounce people with Israel derangement syndrome, as if outrage over a literal genocide is a fucking meme to him. It's just so gross. This is a new low even for Tim Pool. You are a disgrace, Tim. Your father didn't raise you to be this way. I know, because he watches my show and not yours. Your sister is also a really good person.
It's true.
I've talked to her. She's incredibly
I've also talked to Tim Pool's dad.
kind and empathetic. So what happened to you? Were you dropped on your head as a child to where you just lost empathy? I get that it's shamelessness and greed, but I mean, your entire family is ashamed
Seriously, he's looking for issues with people. Just argue the facts of the case. Don't be weird.
of your shamelessness.
Yeah.
How do you not feel any bit of guilt for the propaganda that you're doing? I mean, for a second, just try.
Yeah, I went there when other people went asparagus because I say it in interactions.
Try to not be a
pivot.
propagandist or
It's very
try
funny.
to not toe the line and do state propaganda for Trump, and just try to be a fucking human being and understand that this is the kind of shit that you
What I really appreciate is how it was always there. We could, it was, again, just a simple capitalization of a letter just made it into a, just, chef's kiss.
You are doing propaganda for TUMBLE. Brett Wilkins of Common Dreams reports an Israeli human rights group on Monday published a report in which Israel Defense Forces officers and soldiers who took part in the creation of a buffer zone along Gaza's border with Israel described alleged war crimes, including indiscriminate killing, as well as the wholesale deliberate destruction of civilian infrastructure in what multiple whistleblowers called a kill zone. Quote, the IDF
I feel like he could have made this video without using Tim Pool to be his rage bait, though.
really is fulfilling the public's wishes, which...
And this is weird because he's putting me in a position to, like, go to bat for fucking Tim Pool, which I'm not exactly having fun, guys.
State, there are no innocents in Gaza. We'll show them. One reserve warrant officer explained.
Ugh.
People were incriminated for having bags in their hands. Guys show up with a bag, incriminated, terrorist. I believe they came to pick up Hubaiza, but boom, tank shells were fired at him from a half-mile away. In a separate interview with The Guardian, that...
I thought Tim hasn't read enough on Israel when Emma brought it up to him, when Tim said he is to the left of Emma when it comes to war.
Same officer said that at first,
wasn't that like a few years ago though?
His attitude toward invading Gaza was, I went there because they killed us.
Again, man, I'm not. This is such a weird place to be. Like, I feel like this is weird.
And now we're going to kill them.
So
and I
weird.
found out that we're not only killing them.
There's so much other Tim Pool. Like, Tim Pool has said way more shit that, like, you could be mad at. This is one of the ones where I'm kind of like, wait. He got invited to ask Netanyahu a question. And then, per my understanding, he kind of said to Netanyahu, hey, you're not going to have support in a few years. Like, huh? And now you're mad that he didn't say, like, stuff about the guy. I'm genuinely confused at why he's mad.
We're killing their wives, their children, their cats, their dogs. They
like
added.
At Tim
We're destroying their
specifically.
houses and pissing on their graves. Another
God,
IDF
his expectations are weird.
Reservist officer told BTS that he was briefed that there is no civilian population in the area where Palestinians are terrorists, all of them. Asked what the area looked like after the IDF clearing operation, the officer replied, Hiroshima. Imagine doing a de facto defense for this behavior. Imagine looking the other way just so you can maintain access to the administration that's complicit with these crimes against humanity. It's despicable. And look, the same goes for liberals too. A lot of them didn't say shit when Biden was complicit with this. And don't think we're going to forget about that. You're all pathetic to me. I mean, if you can ignore this...
Yeah, but those are, honestly, actually to that point, Mike, then you should be focusing on them. Put them in the video.
Or look the other way.
Like, I get it. Tim Pool gets the clicks, but...
or try to rationalize it or justify it, and chalk up diminishing support for the country doing this to bots. You're not just a bad journalist or a shitty commentator. You're a terrible fucking person. And you deserve to live with this shame for the rest of your lives. So in conclusion, independent media, like mainstream media, has mostly failed us.
Okay, do you get a mirror?
The same
like,
incentives.
Okay, Kirk, I see where you're coming from, and honestly, this is actually, it's like making me uncomfortable.
Access journalism and corporate sponsorships have destroyed independent media.
Ooh, getting schooled.
Thoroughly. So cherish the few independent outlets who are actually independent, like Secular Talk, Majority Report, Rational National, and others like myself.
Do you think he had a pool growing up, so they had to say, hey, I'm going to, I'm going to Pool's pool?
Because we're the exception, not the norm, unfortunately.
And then they had a pool table too, so they're going, I'm going to play pool at Tim Pool's, but swim in the pool too. Damn it. I lost it in that last bit. Damn it. Yeah, I mean, there's no question that he's an Israeli shill for sure. But again, this is one of those situations where this outrage, like, it seemed like, why wouldn't you use that for somebody that, I don't know, I'd be genuinely shocked at that take, I don't know, like, maybe I got a weird, I feel like that was a weird thing to get held up on. Whatever. Oh, he's reacting to his Jubilee debate. Well, I don't get to do that.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And we begin this hour with President Trump set to meet with his cabinet as a key part of his second-term agenda hangs in the balance right now up on Capitol Hill. And after a week of tariff whiplash here in the United States as the president's trade war clearly...
What news story are you talking about, Seth Evans?
intensifies.
And as we know, Wall Street doesn't like the
Oh, you're saying that's why Mike used Tim Pool to then tie it back to... Okay. No, I understand. I don't know, man. Because, like, honestly, that one does kind of seem like... and I don't like using this, especially when they do use Gaza as the issue, but that one was a little on the virtue signal-y side, where it's just like, guys, again, like his whole thing being mad at Tim for not positing it from a left-wing perspective is something that I just got to say,
Right, Wednesday's green bounce after
what about a meeting? Yeah, no, I got you.
That has turned into Thursday's red reality check. Let's go to CNN Chief National Affairs Correspondent Jeff Zellin.
Will Poole still maintain that look when he is a grandpa at the senior center? Yeah, at that point, why not? Just lean into your look.
At the White House. And Jeff, you have reporting along with your White House colleagues about how this all came to be with the pause and this cabinet meeting today as well.
Good morning, Pamela. It certainly was an extraordinary turn of events.
Did she get plastic surgery and just say, give me concerned face so I don't have to really put any effort into it?
Yesterday, not even quite 24 hours ago, but we have learned that it certainly was the advice that the president was receiving from some members of his cabinet, including the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, who will be in that room today when the cabinet is meeting. He was the one, of course, who was really sounding the alarm and telling the president how deep the bond markets were reacting to the president's sweeping tariff plans.
Guys, who could have seen this happening? It's almost like, I don't know, we watched a video or two on this during yesterday's stream, and I kind of said this. Hey, I don't usually do this thing. I don't do the prediction game, but did I not say that this happened during the dot-com bubble? Hey!
So one thing that this whole situation has really shined a light on are the differing pieces of advice that the president was hearing from Scott Bessent.
He comes back from vacation. Welcome to Tim Pool Show.
For example, the Treasury Secretary versus his longtime trade advisor, Peter.
This is my co-host. He is in bed as I lay dying.
Navarro, who was urging the president not to make negotiations.
He decided to talk shit on Russian street.
Meeting, is Elon Musk going to be in the room? We have not seen.
Somehow it actually makes Tim Pool like actually badass.
Him in recent days.
That's all he needed was just a Russian accent.
But he's been very active on social media, and his view on this.
You think you're good at skateboard?
A sweeping tariff plan was that it was not good for the economy. So he was throwing stones, quite literally, at the top trade advisor. But the top economic advisor, Kevin Hassett, talked about the cabinet meeting earlier like this.
USTR has informed us that there may be
this guy
countries now that have made explicit offers that we're studying and considering.
Did somebody ask AI to make like just a ghoulish politician, and this is what they popped out?
And deciding whether they're good enough to present to the president. The chief of staff's office has asked all the principals that
Tim
have
Netanyahu
skin in the game to come and discuss what their views are about how this should go. And that's what
I am best at skateboard.
So the offers that Kevin Hassett is talking
in Russia, skateboard you
about there are from allies like Japan, South Korea, and others who have opened lines of communication trying to lower their tariff percentage with the president. So this is all coming as the trade war.
People are selling to get out. Yeah, but that's the whole thing. That's why I was arguing against that buy the dip shit.
Is very much still on with China.
You were still buying into a dip. It's like you didn't oh my God.
No question about that.
The biggest thing is don't sell. Right now, if you're in your 30s, just hold on to your assets. That's the smartest thing from my understanding from a lot of different people.
But the U.S. is trying to
That's not my financial advice to you, but I will say that that's some of the advice that I've been,
circle our allies, if you
had
will,
some people kick around
to have a united front against China.
And it's interesting, Jeff. Kevin Hassett is also pushing back
help me
on
any
suggestions that
dude,
President Trump.
I'm not kidding, guys. When I told you that I checked it,
actually manipulated the
Sucks.
markets when he told people it was a, quote,
I
good
lost
time
a lot.
to buy only hours before announcing the pause. Democratic Senator Adam Schiff of California says he plans to write to the White House about it. How is the administration defending itself?
But not as good as Putin. Putin is still best skateboard.
Well, if there is no question that timeline of a few hours between when the president sent that message, be cool, time to buy, versus about 1:18 yesterday afternoon East Coast time when the president sent out his message about
Inspector Gadget.
a pause on
I like
this.
this
What
jacket.
happened during that intervening time? Did anyone have a heads up at all? Kevin Hassett, again, the president's top economic advisor, told us a short time ago that there was no insider trading or any type of activities going on.
Yeah, believe us, guys. It's because we said so.
But Democrats on Capitol Hill.
There's not a how? Why would they even suspect that? That's wild.
I'm not convinced of that. But Wolf, the reality is, since Republicans control Capitol Hill, there will not be any type of a committee investigation.
Yeah,
However,
no shit.
This will be something, a moment in time. Really, those 4 hours in time yesterday that will be viewed in the coming days. But for now, at least, the trade war on against China, the cabinet meeting is underway shortly, Wolf.
All right, Jeff Zeleny at the White House for us. Jeff, thank you.
So let's check in now with CNN business and politics correspondent Vanessa Yurkevich. She is standing
nailed it, other
by
face, guys.
at the New York Stock Exchange. Vanessa, what are you seeing right now?
Yeah, well, listen, markets are down this morning coming off that enormous rally yesterday, and I spoke to a veteran trader, Peter Tucker.
I also told the hobbits that they must, I can give them passage, but I cannot go with them to Mordor.
Just a short time ago, and he told me that the real reaction of Wall Street really comes the day after. Yesterday was this relief rally, and today reality has set in, that we are still very much in the middle of a trade war with still historically high tariffs. That 90-day pause on those high reciprocal tariffs are very welcome news to traders here. I spoke to a few yesterday after the market closed who said that anytime the Dow is up nearly 3,000 points, that is a good day. However, today they are facing down high
Ben in Mordor, not that bad.
tariffs on China.
Got a sunburn?
That 125% tariff. You have those tariffs in place, 25% on auto.
Got a sunburn in this badass brand.
And then, of course, you have that 10% universal tariff that is in effect right now. And you see the markets there right now, the Dow down about more than 2.5%. Look at the NASDAQ down more than 4%. The S&P down almost 3.5% there. But the big questions that I'm hearing from traders here today are sort of, what are the off-ramps here to this trade war? What are the negotiations that need to be happening between these more than 75 countries in the administration? And then especially look.
You think it's going to shoot up again in 90 days, or you think it's going to just completely collapse? Because in 90 days, you forget that his tariffs go back.
Looking at China, because so many of the companies that are traded on Wall Street here have direct ties to China, get many of their products from China. So what does that look like? One analyst said to me this morning that some of these negotiations could actually center more around other things, non-tariff related things, something like with China, maybe a deal with TikTok, or even a deal with the Panama Canal. Those are the questions that they have. What is the off-ramp for this trade war for the president? So here today, I would say less uncertainty.
TikTok. Buying TikTok is going to end the fucking trade war? Oh my God.
But still a level of uncertainty about where this trade war is going, Pamela.
Off. I don't want to do this anymore.
Those dramatic swings this morning that we've seen in the past several weeks. That is because very much investors here know we're still in the middle of this. Obviously, though, good sign that that 90-day pause went into effect just yesterday, Pamela.
Yeah, I mean, clearly investors are sending a signal, though, that they understand this is far from over. There's a lot to be worked out, but you do have businessmen like billionaire investor Bill Ackman, a Trump ally, celebrating this pause. He was among the business leaders who had turned on the president over his tariff plans. He's now praising the pause and implementing many of those taxes. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, well, we know the past several days leading up to these reciprocal tariffs going into effect, Bill Ackman, who, as you mentioned, is a billionaire. He is the founder of a huge hedge fund. He was saying that these tariffs would be, I'm reading here, quoting, economic nuclear war. So he said that leading up to Wednesday's tariffs, and he was warning that this could be really terrible for the economy. Now that the president has reversed course and put this 90-day pause into effect, he is coming out and saying that, yes, he was raising concern, but he's praising the president in what he calls the art of the deal, that the president actually did right by this deal. And Bill Ackman and other billionaires were raising those alarms for several days, but many of them are seeing a little bit more of a relief here, that the president has maybe listened to advisors, as Bill Ackman said, and really sort of put into place more of a better roadmap for billionaires right now that really, they play in the stock market. They obviously have their businesses tied to the stock market, Pamela. They can be against him one day and with him the next day as they see their stocks rise, Pamela.
All right, Vanessa Yurkevich, thanks so much.
Let me bring in.
Are you really, guys? Oh my God, they're literally doing the thing where they're just like, yeah, you know what? The Trump supporters, they might not like him when the stocks are down, but you know what? When the stocks are back, they'll come back.
Anna Stewart. So, Anna, we've been seeing European stocks rallying, not just on the news that the Americans were pausing these tariffs for 90 days, but also the fact that the Europeans were going to reverse the retaliatory tariffs that they put into effect yesterday as well. Take us through that.
Look at that rally. It's pretty strong, and that's largely because, of course,
If there's a downtrend, I think he'll do the tariffs.
Actually closed when the 90-day pause was announced.
I don't
so
not
they didn't
agree
have a
with
rally
you.
yesterday. We're seeing it here, and I think it is being sustained as well by the fact that the EU is also going to pause for 90 days. Although the EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said that while they will pause for 90 days, if negotiations are not satisfactory, our countermeasures will kick in. So a bit of a warning there. But I think for European investors, this is possibly the first time that it's actually felt like almost a reality that perhaps the US administration will negotiate with them. Up to this point, the EU has, for instance, offered 0 for 0 tariffs on industrial goods, on autos, and that's frankly been ignored. So perhaps this is an opportunity. Very different story elsewhere in the markets. Of course, Wall Street has opened lower today. The relief rally there is over.
Nope, I only do 0 to 25. You pay the 25, we pay the 0.
And by a number of metrics.
I swear to God, he's going to say that.
Morgan not shifting their outlook in terms of recession, keeping it at 60%.
Republicans have goldfish memories. Dude, don't insult goldfish like that. Damn.
Some of these assets suggest that people are still pricing in the likelihood of a recession. Oil prices steeply lower at this stage, about 4.6% lower. Under the $60 barrel. It could finish today at the lowest it's been since April 2021. We're also seeing that the US dollar fell sharply, and the bond yields, the 10-year bond yields in the US, which of course President Trump was concerned about, we haven't seen much of a shift there. So we've had this huge reversal, but actually a lot of
And gas went up another fucking, what, 40 cents today?
the fears, a lot of the yippiness,
Dude.
if that is even a word, is still out there.
A lot of golf players will know exactly what that
It's a word now.
means.
It's a word now, Anna. It's a Wall Street word now.
Anna Stewart, thank you so much.
Man, this guy's getting a lot of play. He was the panic guy yesterday, and now he's the reaction to historic day because things went up. See, guys, he got a little smile on his face. He looking happy. We do that when people look happy. We give them a little happy Chiron. Yeah. Republican. We already watched that one. There we go.
Union decided to put a pause on plans to retaliate against U.S. tariffs. That decision comes just hours after President Trump announced a hold on most of his new global tariffs. But the reprieve does not apply to America's neighbors. We're talking about Canada and Mexico. The new 25% tariff on most goods remains in effect. Joining us now is Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario and one of Canada's most outspoken critics of President Trump's trade war. Premier, thanks so much for joining us. Were you surprised?
And the not party brother, just remember.
That the
he's not party Ford.
White House didn't pause tariffs on Canada perhaps our closest friend and ally, as it did with several
Eh?
other countries,
Was that, eh?
several of whom are not necessarily close friends or allies?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me on, Wolf. And yeah, we were
No, they suck,
we were
Wolf.
shocked that we weren't part of the group per se. And you know, number one customer. We're both each other's number one customer, and we need to get through this and bring certainty back to the people of the United States and Canada. Certainty to the markets, as you mentioned. The Dow is down, the S&P is down because there's still uncertainty. I know it took a little bump up yesterday, but the reality is a tariff on Canada is a tax on Americans, and that's the last thing we want to see to the American people.
We're showing our viewers the numbers right now. Markets not doing well. The Dow Jones Industrials down, 1,126 points, at least right now. Last month, the Premier, Canada placed tariffs on a variety of U.S. goods, and Canadians, long among, as I keep saying, America's closest and most loyal allies, have vowed to fight back. Do you feel Canada's decision to strike back has made President Trump more punitive toward Canada?
Well, I'm not too sure if that's a situation, but in saying that, I always say we love our American neighbors. We truly do. You know, we didn't start this. President Trump aimed at Canada and the rest of the world for the most part.
Dude, you were kissing his ass right up
until that point. We just need to get rid of these tariffs. We'll drop our tariffs tomorrow.
Twitch is so goddamn stupid. I'm so angry. I did several streams and it's saying
we always believe in the AMCAN fortress working together.
What? It just took your... Wait, are you serious? It just, like, it didn't clock the time?
The two strongest nations.
Oh, my God. Dude, I'm so sorry, especially if they were running ads on that BS. Make sure that you at least send them an email about it. They're pretty good about that. I will say correspondence with Twitch has been decent.
In the world, that's what we want to do.
Could you see Canada, Premier, actually rolling back?
That's saying I did a 10-hour stream yesterday and I didn't stream 10 hours. Did you do 10 collective hours and did it just like lump them all into one video by accident? Because I've had that happen one time when they were, when I think that they were trying to move some of the VODs off of my page and then something happened like that.
Back those tariffs on the U.S. as an olive branch.
I didn't really do anything about that one, though. I didn't have to reach out to anybody because by the time, like, I checked my phone and it had already fixed itself, so...
To the Trump administration?
Collective, maybe it was 10.
Well,
that might be it,
as
then.
we know, the tariffs are going to be dropped against Canada as well. If we have a mutual understanding, if they feel comfortable with us going first, by all means. But we need insurance that President Trump's going to drop those tariffs shortly after we do.
This week, I know, Premier, you unveiled an $11 billion in tax deferments and rebates to help workers and businesses hurt by the Trump tariffs. How much have the tariffs hurt everyday Canadians?
Well, they're at a fever pitch right now. 40 million Canadians at a fever pitch. Focused on every piece of news coming across CNN and other broadcasts. It's very, very important. We're very passionate about this. And now I'll give you a couple examples. We ship in, we do trade. We ship in about $6.5 billion of steel, but we don't make steel beams. Steel beams all come from the U.S. and other areas around the world. Now we're going to go out and start making steel beams. The beer cans, we don't make the beer cans. We ship the aluminum in the U.S. Company prints it and converts it. That's $1 billion industry. We're onshoring back into Ontario. So it's not good for both sides of the border. We'd rather just leave everything alone. Things seem to be working and just build a stronger AMCAN fortress, American Canadian fortress, put a ring around it.
Yeah, let's see if that happens. The Trump administration
needs a vacation.
says 15 countries have made what they describe as...
Watch, this is him taking like 10 days off being in the sun.
Explicit
I always just look this stressed.
...offers regarding potential trade deals.
You really
Do you know if Canada is negotiating right now with the United States, with the White House?
I want to get high with Wolf Blitzer. That'd be a trip.
Not right now, we aren't. Hopefully, we
This
can get
just
back to
in.
the table
I can't feel my toes.
and continue negotiating. That's what we want to do. Let's sit down at the table. Let's move forward. and it's going to benefit both countries.
Holy shit! I thought this tie was purple. I thought this tie was I thought this tie was green. It's purple. Wow.
We're both our number one trading partners. I always say we're the number
I want
one
to see
customer,
Wolf without his beard. Can't you do it?
US,
Wait.
and the U.S. is the number one customer.
Just put
for
like
Canada, and we share the same
your TikTok.
Pamela has a question for you,
The filter up.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the implications are with this back and forth over trade with U.S. and Canada in terms of areas outside of trade, such as national security, intelligence sharing between the two countries. Has it put a strain on that at all?
No, actually, they're working hand in hand, no matter if it's an intelligence sharing, NORAD, or even our border. Our law enforcement works hand in hand with the U.S. law enforcement. They will always be partners, and at the highest level of the intelligence bureaus, they're working together.
Premier, one quick final question before I let you go. I've got a lot of friends, including some family, who live in Ontario and Toronto, for example. And I'm hearing that a lot of Canadians are now reluctant to even
It's whatever. Squishmallow, if you can't figure it out, let me know and I'll try and help you out with that, okay?
come to the United States. To go to Florida, for example, where a lot
That
of
sucks.
Canadians
Squish.
go visit, or
we got to
Las
figure that
Vegas or
out for you.
places like that.
Also, what the
they
fuck?
want to boycott the
I'm
United States. Are you hearing that as well?
In a big way, actually. We know the
there
border
we go.
traffic's gone down
Not bad about that.
dramatically. Flights going into the U.S. dropped dramatically. And isn't that unfortunate? Two countries, two groups of people that love each other. We need to get through this and start traveling back and forth. I was just a few minutes before I hopped on, I have Governor Cox from Utah here. What a gentleman. He feels the same way. We have to get through this trade deal and continue growing both economies.
Yeah,
Oh,
I hate
no
this
problem.
rift that
I got you.
has developed between the United States and Canada, two very close and very friendly, traditionally friendly allies. And now look what's going on. Doug Ford, thanks as usual for joining us.
Thank you, Wolf. You're an absolute champion. We love America, and thank you, Pamela, as well.
And we love
Of course,
Canada
thank
too.
you for coming on the show. And, you
Questions
make
raised
a
about-
really ask an important question there at the end, because travel is down to the U.S., not just from Canada, elsewhere as well. And a lot of businesses who rely on that tourism, are concerned.
We are looking at major losses this morning in an incredibly volatile stock market. The Dow is down more than 1,500 points. The S&P 500 down nearly 5%.
Yay!
That, of course, is after yesterday's very big rally. It was one of the biggest ever after President Trump's announcement that he's
I did get my
scaling
phone
back his trade
fixed
war.
where I share the screen while I was
Investors
streaming at
might
the
be
airport today.
realizing
Aw,
that scaling back
that's cool.
doesn't mean ending. In
Now you get your
fact,
phone fixed.
there's still a stunning 145%
Are you doing like IRL
tariff
streams then?
on all imports from China, 25% on
Did
many
my first one with the protest. It was fun. I'm definitely gonna do a few more of those.
products from China and Mexico, 10% on nearly every other country, 25% on all imported cars and car parts. Jeff Zeleny is at the White House for us. Jeff, as we speak, the president is meeting with his cabinet. Do we have any early indicators on how that's going?
Dana, we do know the meeting is underway, and it will be opened up to journalists to see what is going on in just a short time, we are told.
Nice.
But for now, at least, that victory lap yesterday that really was quite clear.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing it for Comic-Con, but then my friend reminded me that where Comic-Con is has zero cell service, and I'm not connecting to their Wi-Fi. So, yeah, look out for non-live content tomorrow.
Here at the White House. You could see it in the president's eyes as he was explaining to us why he made the decision to pause. That is anything but a victory lap this morning. Now it is clear the trade war is well underway. Never mind what the markets are doing, the conversations that are going on here at the White House and indeed across Washington at the State Department and elsewhere about what type of conversations and discussions will there be with China ultimately, because the trade war is very much underway. So what the U.S. is trying to do, what the president and his team are trying to do, are essentially round up the allies from South Korea, Japan, and others to form a unified front against China. That is very much an open question if that will happen or not. But the president's top economic advisor, Kevin Hassett, this morning, he said the cabinet had an assignment for today's meeting.
The Chief of Staff's office has asked all the principals that have, skin in the game to come and discuss what their views are about how this should go. And that's what the purpose of the meeting is.
So skin in the game, that is clear. I mean, and this really affects department to a department, but the trade war with China now, in the ag sector alone, that could be extraordinary.
Guys, I also said this. So with that bump yesterday, I was already saying that, like, okay, if this was just the Chinese tariffs, that we would have seen a dip. That this didn't make any sense, especially when he continued. He's like, no, you know what? We're not doing 100%. We're doing 125%. And then today he went, nope, you know what? I screwed up. I wanted to add another 20.
For ag producers, but as well as what is happening on Capitol Hill with the budget. This could have a dramatic effect. But for now, at least, one other central question hanging over all of this a day after the major development here is, who is the president listening to? Is he still listening to all of his advisors? It is clear that the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, was able to make the case through the bond market that the president needed to find an off-ramp. But Peter Navarro, the top trade advisor, is also still very much a part of the president's inner circle. So we shall see. But Dana, another question, is Elon Musk in this cabinet meeting or not? We are told he is likely to be. But again, we will see once we get those live pictures that should be coming up.
That's not a hot take at all. That's actually just fact right there, Legend of Sean. Andy Cap hot fries are better than Chester Cheeto Flamin' Hot Fries? Yeah.
And we know how he feels about these
hot
tariffs.
fries.
Thank you so much, Jeff.
Ooh, some dry crisps. Hell yeah, man. Let's go.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And we begin this hour with President Trump set to meet with his cabinet as a key part of his second-term agenda.
Literally just watch that one. Hold on. Closing bell.
The closing bell. Bloomberg's comprehensive.
Oh, I thought it was literally just like, no, it was the end of the stock day. No, never mind. Okay, that's not what I thought it was. All right, let's do the ground news segment then. While we're waiting, U.S. stocks sink as Trump's China tariffs spook Wall Street investors. Boom, and look at that, the right wing not doing shit about it. Wow. Let's see what's going on with Tulsi Gabbard. I just saw her down there. Let's see. 100 people working around the clock on RFK, MLK assassination files.
Director of National Intelligence, former Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard, over where she says is her main residence and where she actually voted in the 2024 general election. Months before Gabbard cast her ballot in her home state of Hawaii, Gabbard and her husband declared under oath that their residency in Texas, after buying a home in the Lone Star State and claiming a homestead tax break. CNN's Kyung Lo.
Oh, this is a dumb scandal to get caught up in, Tulsi. That was stupid. Naughty. Even Marjorie Taylor Greene knows that you need to have your primary residence in the state that you're voting in. You can't be and they can, and literally you did it to yourself, because then you tried to claim a fucking homestead in Texas. That was all you.
Examines Gabbard's actions by taking a look at the voting laws.
I thought hot fries were handicapped. No, the hot fries are handicapped. I'm just saying that they have different brands of hot fries. They have so Cheetos has their own called Chester's Hot Fries. They're nowhere near as good as Andy's
in Hawaii, and the property tax laws in Texas.
He's just taking stock so his buddies can sell and buy stocks at all-time lows. Well, yes, with the insider trading, especially after that one call went out, like, God, they didn't even try to hide it. It was like 20 minutes before the fucking before he made the call.
Months
lurking today doing aquarium maintenance. Ooh.
Before Tulsi Gabbard.
You have an aquarium? Is it your own personal aquarium, or do you like work in an aquarium? That'd be dope.
Was sworn in as a director of national intelligence in the midst of her transformation from independent to Trump supporter.
Thank you.
Congratulations. In March 2024, she bought a home in the politically red state of Texas. Soon after, the background on some of her frequent Fox News appearances changed from the slope
35-gallon tank. Nice.
of Oahu's Diamond Head crater. You see
That's not really insider trading.
them out pushing
The way that Trump did go and say buy DJT, yeah, it is.
the so-called woke agenda
Yeah, it
to a
is.
view of the Texas state capitol.
This is personal for me, this endorsement of President Trump.
A CNN investigation found that Gabbard declared herself a Texas
Andy Cap is a rare brand in the South and made me sad as a former Ohio. Oh, you know what? Again, I haven't had Andy Caps in a while. I'm grabbing a bag of those tonight.
resident,
Like,
but voted in
you kind of just
Hawaii
made me
in
go,
the
hey, yeah,
presidential
having a bag of Andy Cap and then maybe I'll get an A&W root beer. Ooh.
election last November.
Ooh,
Experts
I'm gonna be
say
a
that raises
bad boy
questions
tonight.
about whether she voted improperly.
Voter integrity is a serious concern and a
Inside
serious
trade
issue.
these nuts.
On the campaign trail for Donald Trump last year, Gabbard talked about election security on stage.
We need to be able to have trust and confidence in the fact that when we cast our vote, that our ballot will be counted in the way that we have cast it.
It's where Gabbard cast her ballot that's the issue here. Gabbard rents a home in Hawaii. She's lived in the Aloha State for many years. In March 2024, Gabbard bought a home in a suburb of Austin, Texas. In June 2024, she and her husband declared under oath that we are residents of the state of Texas, and their Texas home was designated as the family homestead. And she also claimed a homestead tax exemption on the house. But in the 2024 general election, Gabbard cast her ballot in Hawaii, and that's potentially a problem. Under Hawaiian election rules, an individual
Just because it's better than what Congress has done doesn't mean that this makes it any less, egregious. And the fact that this is so in everybody's face, that actually makes it a little helpful so we can get Congress to stop doing this. This is the first time that AOC, finally did the thing where she's like, yeah, we should probably stop, the ability for insider trading. Maybe, just maybe, we shouldn't hold stocks. It's like,
individual can only have one residence for voting purposes. And if the voter has more than one home, there is a presumption that the property that gets the tax exemption is the person's residence. Now remember, Gabbard designated her Texas home as a family homestead months before the general election.
Yeah.
What is
No, that's basic.
the problem?
That's basic. You do realize that you have to do that with vacation homes. Like if you own a second home in America, you have to do the same thing. Like you can't just buy a vacation home and own property. Like say I bought one in Wisconsin. I would not be able to just go vote in Wisconsin unless I claim that as my primary residence. That's why you're not able to have more than one primary residency here.
The problem appears to be that Ms. Gabbard is claiming that she's a resident of Hawaii, that she is eligible to vote on Hawaii races in Hawaii because that's where she lives.
Yes.
And she's also at the same time claiming that she's a resident of Texas.
Yes.
Gabbard's office tells CNN
Can't do
that
that.
she took the Texas homestead exemption as a first step to hiding her address because of security concerns. In a letter to CNN, her attorney said Director Gabbard was, is, and intends to remain a Hawaii resident. That is where she lives, pays taxes, and of course votes.
Yeah, why not Lubbock or Odessa?
Any suggestion that she is no longer
San Antonio for that.
a resident because she took the advice of local officials to register
Fuck, Houston.
a homestead exemption
Houston was way redder than I thought it was going to be.
to protect her and her family's
I gotta say
privacy
that
is
much.
flat
Yee
wrong,
fucking hot there.
factually and legally.
Sometimes there are these disconnects between where you're laying your head most of the time and where you're registered to vote. But it's very different to claim a tax exemption on a primary residence. That's an indication that that's where you really live, and therefore that's where you should be registered.
So what's the bottom line here for Gabbard? Well, we spoke.
I'll tell you what the bottom line is. The bottom line is that we are still paying too damn much for taxes. That's the bottom line because Stone Cold said so.
With a Hawaiian election lawyer who's handled multiple election residency cases. He says
welcome to Stone Cold politics.
Theoretically, she could face a challenge
needs
to
to
her
do a
Hawaiian
show.
voter registration, Jake, but someone would have to file that challenge with Hawaii officials.
That dumbass Donald Trump doesn't know what the hell he's doing. I'll
All right,
tell
guys,
you
so,
what. All right. Tariffs are closing factories? What?
So we've heard a lot from Trump that, hey, with my tariffs, everything's going to be great, and we're going to bring back American manufacturing. We're going to revitalize American manufacturing for the middle class. That's his argument. Now, there's a few problems with that. Number one, Joe Biden actually did that. 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. The CHIPS Act alone was creating 115,000 high-paying manufacturing jobs. He had a real industrial policy to bring back manufacturing to this country, and it was high-end manufacturing, right? It was like high-skilled, high-end manufacturing. So Biden was doing that, and then what did Trump do in response? He froze all the funding for all of the Biden projects that would have delivered hundreds of thousands of high-paying factory jobs. He literally froze the funding for the CHIPS Act, which means 115,000 jobs are no longer coming. So he directly rolled back a lot of high-paying factory jobs that were coming here. Just like in his first term, he ran as the anti-outsourcing guy. Well, he outsourced 200,000 manufacturing jobs in his first term. Okay? So that's the first thing. The second thing is, not only is he killing Biden's progress on this, but his idea to bring back manufacturing is, let's just do tariffs. And then what will happen is the free market will, on its own, say, oh, we'll save money if we build factories here and hire workers here, so we're just going to bring manufacturing back here. That's the theory. That's what he says. Here's the problem with that. It's not going to happen. The reason it's not going to happen is you can't really revitalize American manufacturing without some semblance of central planning and industrial policy and massive subsidies to prop up the industries that you want to prop.
Don't you just love that? For some reason, whenever they do this, they like certain things that I order, they all go to my neighbor's house, and it really pisses me off.
So think about it. If you're Apple, and
I drink every time he says robber baron.
Bunch of shit in China,
don't get too drunk.
And then you see the tariffs. Are you going to say, "Oh, I got an idea. I'll move manufacturing to the U.S. where we can't even do all the things that they do." Right? Building the factories will take 10 years. Also, the price for the raw materials for the factories just skyrocketed because of the tariffs, because even the raw materials are tariffed. And then on top of that, the amount of money you're going to have to pay a worker here in the U.S. is, 20 times what you're paying a worker elsewhere?
Yeah.
And so
the average cost of a pair of just basic running shoe, like just basic Nikes, they're saying is going to go up from like just $80 to anywhere from $225 to $250.
They just, I don't think people get this. They
And that's for
literally
basic tier
can't
running
do
shoes.
that. In fact, there was an article in Forbes where they said we only be able to create like 1 million iPhones if it was built in the U.S. And then the prices could be as high as anywhere from $30,000 per phone to $100,000 per phone. So this just stems from a fundamental misunderstanding of economics. If you leave it up to the free market, they're simply not going to bring the jobs back here. But it gets worse. Ready? So that's their theory. We'll do the tariffs. It'll lead to a manufacturing boom in this country, which, again, as we established, it won't. You know what's happening? Literally the opposite. Look at this. Microsoft cancels $1 billion project to build 3 new data centers in Ohio just 5 days after Trump's tariffs. Licking County, Ohio will now lose roughly 1,000 jobs and $150 million per year in revenue for the local economy. 400 to 600 construction jobs and 540 permanent jobs were expected to be created at full operation of 3 new data centers. Microsoft said it abandoned the $1 billion project after careful consideration of the shift in economic forecasting. If the economy improves, the company will continue to evaluate these sites for future projects. In the meantime, Microsoft will still own the land and use it for farming, creating no new jobs. Watch.
In just the past 10 minutes, we're hearing from Microsoft as it now
They're
halts
actually
plans.
talking about how that's already becoming an issue. So yesterday they were talking about how there was a large ship, right, that they just stopped everything. And they were about to literally throw these containers overboard because they were just like, well, nobody's going to pay the tariffs on these, so you guys can keep the items, I guess. And then it's now
invest $1 billion.
they're looking at how it's going to create like this black market for smugglers and shit.
$1 billion here in Central Ohio. The company had planned to build 3 data centers in Licking County, in New Albany, Heath, and Hebron. But now 10 TV is learning those plans have changed. 10 TV's Carla Rogner is live in New Albany.
That was very articulate of me.
With what we're hearing from city leaders. Carla?
Yeah, Yolanda, as you said,
I legit thought that somebody took their daughter to work and gave them a microphone.
just 10 minutes ago, a spokesperson for Microsoft told us that the company would not move forward with the 3 data centers here in Licking County. That
She looks 14.
construction was supposed to start this summer. A spokesperson for the company says that they will continue to evaluate these sites in line with their investment strategy. They sincerely appreciate the leadership and partnership of Ohio government officials and the support of Licking County residents. The spokesperson says they are taking appropriate steps to ensure the land at 2 of those sites can be used for farming.
So Trump said the other night, oh, the jobs are pouring back in. The companies are all coming back. They're all coming. It's just a lie. So here's an example of factories going.
It's such an egregious lie. It made me laugh. Dog! Ah, the puppy!
Elsewhere. Then
He's covered it with
there
something.
was also, we covered the other day, there was a factory that was going to be built in Georgia.
Speaking
They
of,
canceled
wait,
that.
Puppy.
There was another
Puppy.
story of, I want to say it was
Wait,
Panasonic, was
here.
it? Factory. They said directly to Lutnick, like, hey, dog, just so you know, with any of these tariffs in place, even if
You
they're
said, hey, dog,
tariffs,
at the
we
exact
can't
right
really
time.
afford the factory anymore. We're not doing the factory anymore, right? And then I have yet another one for you. Companies are double-checking their numbers on planned factories or halting them altogether. Trump's tariff announcement threw a wrench into the factory builders' plans and complicates a years-long government effort to reinvigorate U.S. manufacturing. Companies are double-checking the numbers on planned factories or halting them altogether. Tariff-swollen building costs help to kill a $300 million plastics recycling plant in Erie, Pennsylvania that had been in the works for 4 years. International Recycling Group, helmed by CEO Mitch Hecht, said Thursday was canceling the factory partly because new duties on material and imported machinery had created expectations of substantially higher project development costs than anticipated. So,
You mind sending me that video, Mitesh? Can you send that over in Discord?
he cancels Biden's new factories, which were literally in the works, $115,000 for the CHIPS Act, again, $800,000 overall, froze all the funding for all the different pieces of legislation, the infrastructure bill, the CHIPS Act, that all brought back high-paying, good manufacturing jobs, froze all that. Then he does the tariffs. Then they do austerity at home at the same time they're doing the tariffs. So all the factories that were like planning on coming anyway are like, now I can't even afford to build a factory. I'm not even going to build a factory anymore. So what's going to happen is the opposite of what they say will happen with the tariffs. That's what everybody needs to understand. And so the thing that drives me crazy is it doesn't matter how much evidence you show people, how many facts you show people about how this is it's not going to work out the way that you think it will. They just shove their head in the sand.
He's been good.
And so I know that Trump, panicking, reversed some of the tariffs, changed the rates to like a flat 10% rate instead of the ridiculously high rates that included the fucking trade deficit with the cockamamie theory they came up with. But the full tariffs are still in place on China.
I hate Kyle's Joe Dirt beard template so much.
Right?
He does need to
maybe
figure
he'll
it
change
out.
more,
Like
but
either do the full goatee or just get rid of the sideburns. But yeah, I have to figure it out.
Honestly, guys, I think the damage is done because
If I were
Trump
him, I would just keep the goatee.
has put his middle finger up to all of our allies, never mind our enemies, right? And threatening to invade some of our allies, plus the trade war. People are looking for the exit. The dollar is not safe anymore. It's not going to be the world reserve currency for that much longer in the grand scheme of things. And you can only be so chaotic, be so unstable, violate your words so much, and be so unhinged before the world turns away from you. And I think really that's what we're looking at. We're now, the business environment is run on extreme fear and uncertainty. Everybody's now going to pinch the pennies.
Okay, that was messed up. I thought his dog there for a second was Stan.
The prices are going to rise for people dramatically. 401ks are getting wiped out. It's just a nightmare scenario, right? It's just a nightmare scenario. And all at the same time, what does he want to do? Cut more taxes for the rich. So effectively tax the bottom 95% massively with this regressive tax, the tariff, and then cut taxes for the wealthy. Skyrocketing income and wealth inequality. At the same time, we're heading towards a massive economic downturn with higher taxes on the poor. I mean, you couldn't script a worse scenario economically. In every way, this is a colossal failure. They do not know what the fuck they're doing. So it's massive incompetence and rigid ideology, plus, I think, literal corruption where they're shorting the market and making money from it, plus probably trying to make a deal on tariffs with certain nations where they get a cut of it or they get a flat rate.
It was Mockler.
This is where we're at, man. The Mad King.
I'll still watch it.
The Mad King has control. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And watch that video on screen right now.
This green tea's not doing it. Sent you the link. Perfect timing.
All right, I'm going to show you the exact moment when Fox News hosts become kind of horrified live on air as they're reporting a story of Trump's tariffs crippling a small business that made toys for underprivileged and special needs children. I mean, you can see them get uncomfortable and shift in their seats as they're describing the toys that were made for classrooms, therapy centers, that were sent to hospitals or communities that relied on them. And let me just clarify, while Trump removed and caved on his massive Liberation Day tariffs yesterday in a weird market manipulation stunt that we'll talk about in 1 second, we still have incredibly damaging tariffs in place. There is a 10% tariff active on every single country save Russia and North Korea, which is kind of odd.
It's
we also have
crazy.
125%
The Russian one is
tariffs
most insane.
on China. And that's a little bit more nuanced because I'm not against hitting China with economic penalties. They do engage in a lot of human rights abuses. They steal American IP and they manipulate a lot of global markets. I mean, these are just facts. But a tough stance on China can't come at the cost of American consumers in this weird, reckless, narcissistic way. So before I play this clip, let me really quickly break down the effects of these tariffs. Economist Paul Krugman, who is very well respected and is a vet in the industry, says, a quick note on Trump's new tariff plan. It's 10% across the board, 125% on China. So what's the effective tariff rate? Like, what will we feel when we go to the store? He says, well, China was 13% of imports in 2024, so he does some math, and it comes out as a 24.95% tax hike on all goods, basically. But imports from China will fall, so how do we adjust? And then he does some more math about the consumer surplus, the pre-increase.
What's Mockler's opinion on Israel, by the by? He actually hasn't really committed to it.
Post-increase quantity demanded, and he says that even if the imports from
Like, he
China
hasn't really
fall,
talked
we will
about it.
still experience 20% inflation, or he says 19.2%, but it's as good as 20%. He then says close to, but not quite, the Smoot-Hawley Act, which tanked the economy during the Great Depression, let me remind you. So even though Trump removed his nuclear tariffs that would have
The Hawley-Smoot Act
caused a nuclear winter.
Did it raise or lower rates? Anyone? Anyone? It did not lower rates.
We still have insane tariffs in place that make no sense. It's the equivalent of swinging a sledgehammer
Not talking about
in
it
a
as
glass
a
house
stance.
and saying that you're renovating the place. No, you're not. You're hurting a lot of small U.S. businesses, and Fox News is
I'm not sure if, because I'm actually newer, like in the context of YouTube. I only started watching Mockler with his coverage specifically on the campaign trail. I'm not sure if he did anything with, like, you know, Gaza coverage or any of that stuff. So, like, I'm kind of uncomfortable speaking on it like I would know.
now reporting on
I'll just say I don't know.
that. I also think that it would be irresponsible for me not to talk about the fact that the amount of spy calls increased by over 10 times right before Trump made the
SPY.
announcement yesterday. So Trump tweeted out
Even I know
early in
that
the
one.
morning,
Come on.
now is a great time to buy. 3 hours later, he removes the huge nuclear tariffs, is what I'm going to call them, because they would have literally just nuked everything. He removes the huge tariffs, and markets fly. And apparently 10 minutes before the markets flew, people were placing bets that SPY was going to fly. So I don't know why I'm rhyming so much, but genuinely, this is corruption in its rawest form. We don't know who exactly bought.
Because you got high.
We don't know how much
Because you're my guy.
they made. I'm not going to name any names or allege anything yet because people are still coming out with the evidence, but there are reports that people front ran this that were close to Trump. Someone says it's very obvious that
There's something about how Mockler reports that makes me feel calmer somehow. A little bit.
Trump's quote, "now is a good time to buy" tweet was a way for insider traders to have plausible
He genuinely is just trying to give you the news. Like,
deniability. That is a very good point, because then if you engage in a little bit of inside trading, you can just say, no, I saw the president tweet this out publicly, and that is plausible deniability. The good thing is we do have Democrats coming out and calling for insider trading investigations already, and this is the time. This is the exact moment when Democrats need to come out swinging. I know that we're all kind of disillusioned with the party over the past 90 days, or at least I am. I don't want to speak for you. I feel like we've kind of lost our punch throughout the Trump admin, and starting an investigation like this and having someone very charismatic leading it, thinking AOC.
Line moved. Yeah, line moved down.
Or even Adam Schiff would be fine. Have them lead the investigation.
Line moved back down today.
And get a bunch of viral clips,
It
do a
ain't
bunch of
looking
news
good.
hits. I know it sounds tedious to have all these TikTok clips or whatever, but it really is important. So an investigation over this blatant corruption, in my opinion, is necessary. And we need to make sure that the average American knows Trump, at your expense, enriched his friends. And even today, the stock market is dropping another few percent because people are kind of coming back to reality. Trump did the anchor tactic here. The anchor tactic is when you make a crazy ask. You make an insane ask. You throw it out there. And then when you cave, like a weakling, like Trump did, he caved, he backed down, the other ask doesn't seem that wild, even though the tariffs that are currently in place are wild. But the markets didn't realize that yesterday because they were just in glee. Now today, they're coming back down to earth and literally coming down. Like they're crashing. The stock market is crashing right now. But let's move on to the main video because I found it incredibly interesting. Make sure you drop a like if you want to see an investigation into Trump's clear market manipulation. And I do want to take a moment to say thank you. I appreciate every single person who clicks on my videos, who hits the like button, who leaves amazing comments, everyone who's subscribed and has helped us get this far. It really does mean a lot to me. I love each and every single one of you. Genuinely, I'm glad that we're in this journey together, trying to claw our democracy back from maybe one of the most grim moments in a while.
He did the little ooh.
We're all here together pushing through this. So thank you. I do appreciate it a lot. And now let's watch this video from Fox News.
There's an item in the New York Post that we all have in front of us. It's an exclusive story, and it talks about how with these 104% tariffs that went into effect, you know, we think that China is going to have to pay for it.
Why did he just break?
But it tells a story of a special needs toy importer. And when the tariffs went into effect at midnight, his tariff, he's been paying a tariff because he gets stuff from China, $26,000 a year. His tariff bill went from $26,000 at midnight to $346,000. And that's money he's going to have to come out of his pocket. It sounds like he's going to have to go ahead and close down part of his business. He tried to make the toys in the United States, but the tariff on that, his most popular item, went from $0 to $17 at midnight. And what he told the New York Post is people don't understand the tariff situation. They think just foreign countries are paying for the tariffs. That's not true. Half of the tariffs are being paid for by U.S.-based companies.
No! Oh, he is fucking.
So when you look at the big numbers.
Wow, guys, that's giving the game away, like right there. Like he just did the thing where he's just like, oh shit, we're not supposed to say this.
And they look good. Just remember that according to this guy, half of the small businesses and half of the tariffs are being paid by Americans.
Well, I love how Fox News
they are
has to coddle their
squirming.
audience
Wow.
and explain basic economics and like it's just in the most soft way possible. Say it. Trump messed up. This is not the art of the deal. It's chaotic policy. Also, just to rewind a second, I'm gonna mute the video. Is Brian Kilmeade okay? Like, I'm gonna zoom in. I'm playing the video right now. Is this guy okay on the right? He looks petrified.
No, like what the hell?
Why is he frozen? Is this guy okay? Did he get into Elon Musk's ketamine stash or something? Either way, okay, now he looks down. And then I think at the end, he freezes for another minute. He keeps freezing. Okay, that's besides the point. Sorry, that is besides the point. The Fox News host had to describe to their audience, who probably hasn't heard this, that Trump's tariffs are still doing a massive amount of damage. I mean, they're not going to explain that Trump literally caved on Liberation Day, 12 hours after the Liberation Day tariffs went into effect. Trump caved. And now businesses that were already on the brink just got pushed over by Trump, and him at the last minute reversing his own shitty policy isn't going to save them whatsoever. And then again, the second part, I want to clarify, he didn't reverse the full policy. We still do have blanket tariffs in place of 10% in massive tariffs on China that are going to hurt businesses. This says, U.S. small business owner says China tariffs endanger her company. I could lose my home. And this is for a different company. I mean, this is for a different toy company. There
Minnesota?
are hundreds, I'm sure thousands of toy companies in the United States, or companies of all sorts of trades. I'm sure there's a diverse amount of companies in the United States, hundreds of thousands, that will be tanked by Trump's terrible economics, Trumponomics, whatever you want to call it. Beth Beneke knew the tariffs
I only want it if it means that the economy's doing good. Otherwise, we're gonna call it the Biden economy. It's worked for us so far.
were coming. She expected and budgeted for about 20 to 30% tariffs this year. When the
That's
first round
reciprocal.
came in at
Yeah, it's not
10%, it was
blanket.
manageable. Then the rate on China crept up, then up again to 54%. That was her oh shit moment, but she thought she could weather it, she told The Guardian. It didn't stop there though. Then it climbed to 104%, and she filmed a video of herself on social media mid-meltdown. I haven't seen this video, but let's check it out.
I have always gotten by. I've always figured it out. I trust that everything will work out how it's supposed to. So, wish us luck. So I'm typically on here giving you a really cool demonstration of my really cool invention that stops babies from dropping and throwing their toys. I'm Beth. I am a 10-year Army veteran, United States citizen, United States small business owner. I have 5 employees, and I have my entire everything, my heart, my soul, my finances, my home, everything is invested into my business. I currently have 2 containers worth of Busy Baby products ready to ship from our factories to come to the U.S.
This is so...
But her emails.
So messed up.
Nice.
Not only is this person a veteran who served our country, not only is she a small business owner, but like I can relate a lot. I have put my heart and soul into this small business that is my YouTube channel and this small media company, and I put a lot of work into it.
I'll give you guys that.
Throughout my college years, right? So imagine...
All right, maybe not my college years, but hey.
Imagine having your life's work...
I'm giving you a lot here, guys.
...just nuked by an orange lunatic. It's happening to so many people, too.
However, after today's announcement and the impending 104% tariff, I am abandoning my products in China. I am leaving them there because I simply cannot afford to ship them here. Hopefully I can figure out a way to ship to find customers in other countries. There's millions of babies in China, so maybe I can set up a store, an e-commerce store in China, and find some...
Oh, hey, that's almost like it's not bringing American jobs back, guys.
...distributors in China to...
Boy, we got to bring the factory that made her little baby toy. We got to bring that back here, too.
...to help me sell my products there, because I've already paid for them. I've paid...
Cool eye color, yeah.
Over $160,000 for...
Insane.
It's actually pretty close to mine.
And yeah, you're not going to want to import the goods if it bankrupts your business. It makes sense, except if you're Donald Trump. You don't understand how any of it works. I'm gonna leave it there. And really quickly, you've probably heard the term flooding the zone. It's when there are so many...
Ground news, baby. We love ground news here. You know what? We're going to give his QR code a little bit of prominence here because that QR code... Oh, wait, no. Don't give his QR code prominence. What am I talking about? I have my... Wait, I don't have a QR code. They didn't give me a QR code. That's lame. They gave me a fucking... They gave me a link. Well. As he was about to say, try ground news. Here's the ground news link. If you guys don't already have ground news, try it out. Use code PepTalks. It really helps out the channel. Thank you. All right. Thank you for the video recommendation there, Mitesh. Very much appreciate that.
Hello, everyone. I'm Major Garrett in Washington. Tonight on America Decides, it takes a village of volatility.
Is that his name? His name is Major Garrett.
Stocks tumble yet again.
No.
President Trump holds a cabinet meeting today as tariff reality that it can be discerned sets in. Stock market slides. All 3 major indices closing in the red, even as the White House says dozens of countries are apparently coming to the table to talk tariffs. And yet, trade tensions with China, they're only increasing. President Trump's reciprocal tariffs on the world's 2nd largest economy now total 145%, though there are some exemptions. Beijing's retaliatory tariffs are also now in effect to the tune of about 84%. Today, President Trump acknowledged.
Yeah, Mitesh, that's actually what she was saying. She's like, no, if she sets up her store in China and ships to other countries, then theoretically she's not going to get hit by the U.S. tariffs, which means, yeah, like that's just taking another business and also doing this thing where, taking away an American citizen's, the taxes, all of it. Like, what the fuck, man?
It'll be what he calls
this is not
transition
good.
problems.
This is the opposite of what they wanted.
We're in very good shape. We think we're doing
His
very
son
well.
is called Minor Garrett.
Again,
oh
there'll
my
be
God! If he did, what a missed opportunity.
a transition cost and transition problems, but in the end, it's going to be a beautiful thing.
I mean, I was gonna name my kid Ghost if I had a kid, but
Want to start tonight
boy
with
or
Willie
girl.
James Inman at the White House. Kelly O'Grady, my good friend in New York.
Talk about the most non-binary name. Then honestly, I think they'd carry that into adulthood because, realistically, I mean, it's kind of like Crystal Ball. I'm sure she didn't like it growing up, but eventually she was like, all right, it's not that bad.
All right, Kelly, let me start with you because we've been
And now we go to our correspondent, Ghost Pepper.
doing this for
Ghost, what do we have to say about this? Well, it seems that the Trump tariffs.
so many days.
I don't know why my kid sounds like that.
And the volatility today was kind of remarkable, almost as remarkable as yesterday's were in the upward direction. At the one point today, the Dow was down, if I remember correctly, 2,100 points, closed about 1,000 points down. That seems to be a market still
Another chopper goes down in the Hudson? No shit.
trying to wrestle with what all of this means.
Sultan. Okay, that one, Dave Under Duress, I'm sorry, I can't even give that one to you. My 8th grade history teacher was the first one to make that joke to me.
That's right, Major, and I think you're going to see that market and the investors wrestle with this for a while. I will give you another stat to just put into context how volatile.
As I said, it took me a while to actually, warm up to the whole having the last name Pep.
It was.
Pepper. It's been a lot.
At one point, the S&P 500 was down just about 6%, and that's important because when you hit 7%, it's called a circuit breaker, and trading across
You're not wealthy enough to give your child a ridiculous name. I think it is abuse to name your kid a sandwich or something dumb.
indexes are halted for 15 minutes. So we got really close to that today.
Fine.
But what you're seeing, yesterday was a bit of a sugar high. I talked to a bunch of investors, and
Fine. If I have a kid, I'll just name him Jacob or Jaron or something like that.
every single one of them told me they
Actually,
did
Jaron's
not
a
think
pretty
that
cool
we had
name.
seen the bottom in the market, that there's still so much back and forth, and
Another
that today
one?
people
No,
were
I don't have kids.
coming to terms. I think you said it right off the top with the tariff reality that we still have a 10% tariff on most nations. That's not nothing. And this trade war that
Ooh, watermelon with some tahine. Ooh, I kind of want that as a snack right now. Damn it.
seems to be developing with China is giving a lot of investors anxiety. What we saw happen with the bond market and the 10-year treasury, also a lot of anxiety as investors just wonder, is the dollar going to remain strong? Is the economy going to remain strong?
Kelly, stand by. I want to talk to Willie on the North Lawn of the White House. What is the White House saying today about the future of these tariff talks?
Hey there, Major. Well, the president was asked about this earlier today. What happens in 90 days? And he essentially said that those tariffs would go back into place if the United States doesn't get what it wants in terms of those negotiations.
Ooh, honeydew and tahine. You know what? I will take your advice on that one. I pretty much started putting tahine on almost all my fruit.
Their trading partners and nations.
Dude, tahine on apples. Oh, it's fire.
Around the world.
All right, I got my dog out.
Remember that those retaliatory tariffs on 125%. You add the 20% fentanyl tariffs. That brings it to 145% for those some of those goods coming from China. But the White House saying that they're negotiating here. Peter Navarro, the White House trade advisor, essentially says that this 90-day time period buys time for the U.S., including President Trump, to negotiate. And advisors indicated earlier today that Trump would be personally involved with those negotiations, especially when it comes to China.
Kelly, there's a conversation going on here in Washington. Some of it has a political aspect to it, but there is some of it that's going on in Wall Street that's just looking at the timeline of yesterday. Because the president's announcement was preceded, about the pause, was preceded by a very sharp increase in stock buying. Walk us through what the timeline suggests or tells us.
Right. So the timeline is really all about
Of course, the Duke of Bread would call their kid a sandwich. I'm sure baguette would be.
question of when President Trump put out this post that essentially said, I believe it was 9:37 exactly. It's a good time to buy. It's a good time to get in. And then a couple of hours later, not even 4, in the 1 o'clock hour was when he announced this 90-day pause. And so the accusation is that this may have been what we
Insider
call
trading.
market manipulation.
Ah.
Jim. So trying
What we call. Why did she say that like we're 10?
to get investors to respond in a specific
Never mind. I know.
way. Oftentimes you see it with a particular stock. Elon Musk has been accused of this in the past with Tesla. I will say I've talked to a few investors and analysts and folks at the SEC about this, or that were formerly at the SEC. They say he's been saying that the markets are okay for a while, even over the past week and a half, that it wasn't necessarily a change in tone, but a lot of people are suggesting it was. Mayor.
Willie, I want to play for you some sound from the top economic advisor of the White House, Kevin Hassett. Let's play that.
Where's my
I don't think that I ever give stock advice about now, but I think every day is a good day to buy if you believe in the future of America, and every day is a good day to hold.
So, Willie, that's sort of a redirection of the question, not really going to the substance, which is, did anyone in the White House know this was going to happen? And did any of that information leak out in ways that could influence the way people purchased or made decisions on the stock market?
Yeah, that's the question here, Major. But the White House is trying to explain away this situation. Not only that sound you played there coming from the president's top economic advisor, but also a spokesperson gave us a statement, and he reiterated that the president is looking to reassure Americans in the economy. I want to read part of that statement for our viewers. He says, "It is the responsibility of the president of the United States to reassure the markets and Americans about their economic security in the face of nonstop media fear-mongering." And then that statement goes on to criticize Democrats. So the White House looking to not necessarily address the situation, but also sidestep it in a way that really doesn't explain what the president potentially did there or the situation itself, Major.
Kelly, that phrase has come up a lot in the last 24 hours from the White House, media fear-mongering. So let's take you out of it. Let's take me out of it. What has happened on the indices the year to date? They're all down. And they're down because it seems to me those who are making market decisions are on the net down, or at least buying the down and not buying the up.
Well, and it's interesting, actually. I'm glad that you put that into context of what's happened year to date, because let's just take the last week out of it. Prior to that, you look at the indices around the world that we track in Asia and Europe, and those markets were actually doing much better than the U.S. And I will highlight that there are a number of major banks, which, by the way, we're going to start to see reporting tomorrow. That's going to be an important moment for the market, that have talked about a slowdown in economic growth. So taking you and me out of it, it's not just the fear mongering. It is that we are hearing this from some of these major business leaders as well, that they're concerned.
And Kelly, again, taking you out of it, taking me out of it, there was very positive inflation news today that under normal circumstances, outside of this tariff conversation and the anxiety therein, probably would have sent the market in a more positive direction.
I am so glad you brought that up, Major, because I saw this morning and I was like, wow, we're going to have a great day in the markets. You're right. Normally, the fact that we saw 2.8% the month before, inflation went down to 2.4%, you would have seen investors celebrate, but they're not looking backwards, they're looking forwards. And what if and what might happen with tariffs?
Kelly,
Trump's setting up his family for life like they weren't already. They're multi-billionaires. Dude, no. That's setting up this is what I wish more Americans understood, was like just $1 billion is generational wealth. That will take care of your children and possibly your children's children if they don't spend it stupidly. Now, what they have is enough money to make sure that the next 100 generations that they have are perfectly fine. This is why it's disgusting.
Grady in New York. My thanks to you, Willie James Inman at the White House. Thanks to you also.
I just got to say, like that. Or for, yeah, it's for generations. It's literally for multiple generations. Second. All right. Real quick, guys. I was able to talk to my sister. Getting closer to that time. So if you guys can, I really appreciate it. If you guys can contribute to the memorial fund for my mom. I deeply, deeply appreciate it. It's we have a plan that I after discussing it with my sister, she not only is down to come on the show, but we are going to do like a little remembrance thing where we're going to tell a few stories about like funny stories about our mom, and maybe unveil veal. That's a very that's so Midwestern to me. We're going to unveil the what we're going to be doing with my mom's remains. But yeah, if you guys can contribute anything, I really appreciate it. It goes a long way. Thank you, Mitesh. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $2 donation. Also, actually,
Mitesh, $2. Snacks for the boss.
I was about to say, whenever you do contribute anything, the boss man, as he was just called, he gets a little snack. And these are healthy. These are his bone marrow snacks, which they're very low calorie and they're really, really good for him. So here you go. Oh, hey, watch them teefers. He almost got me with that one. You almost got me, you little stinker. But thank you again, guys. And if you haven't already, please leave a like on the stream over on YouTube. It really, really helps my channel out. Any smaller channel, anybody that's within like, the under 10,000 range, you guys are really, really helping those channels out. So I really, really appreciate that. And also, if you haven't followed already over on Twitch, thank you guys. Teefers, yeah, dude, he's got them sharp ones too. Yeah, you got them teefers. You show teefers? You show teefers? Come on, show them teefers. Do it. Come on, show teefers. Come on. Teefers? Come on. He just winked at me though. All right. No teeth, but I got a wink. It's really funny. If I kind of like tickle like this little spot on the back of his neck, he'll start doing this. It's very funny. But yeah, while I was upstairs, my lab, who is 14 and a half years old, just jumped off my deck and ran to the fence to go and see her friend. So that was wild. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, man. James, thank you for the $50 donation. Guys, thank you. Oh my God. Fuck, man. Thanks, guys.
Big James B. RB, $50.
Fuck,
For a
you
lady
guys are
that
awesome.
tried to pet a bison and lived to tell about it. Legend.
She is so much. She is such a legend. Thank you for the gifted memberships, Mitesh. Yeah, man, she really if you think that that's not even the wildest story ever, man. She was a character and a half. One of my favorite ones was when she just called me randomly from Europe. I was just like, because I see this number, I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't answer it the first time. It calls me again. I'm like, what is going on here? And it didn't leave me a voicemail or anything. So the second time I did it, where I was just, you know what? Screw it. I picked it up. Just, hey! I'm like, Mom? Where are you? Where are you? She's like, Germany? I was like, what the fuck? okay. It's like, I'm going to the Hard Rock Cafe. I'm like, oh, my mom had a thing for the Hard Rock Cafe. She would be devastated to hear that the one in Chicago just closed. Oh, man. Sorry, guys. I'm choking up a little today. I really miss her. Like, I just miss my mom. But she's just... Thank you for contributing, but also thank you for listening and... fuck. All right. Try and compose myself here. I need some water. Excuse me. Running out of water. Green tea it is. You know what? I'm gonna light this. Got one more burn. Guys. Do you have... yeah, here. Did I not link it? Oh, sorry, man. This is... Yeah, it's my Streamlabs. Oh, not trying to create a Streamlabs account. Oh. Do you need it? Do you need a Streamlabs account? Because I'm pretty sure it's just a... I think it's PayPal. Yeah, it should just direct you to PayPal. I don't think you need a Streamlabs account. If I'm wrong about that, please correct me, because if that's the case, then I'll get a secondary link. Actually, here, you know what? It took me to a page when I hit checkout. Oh, okay. Here, then, give me 1 second. There's a way that I can bypass them, then. Yeah. No, I appreciate that, because, yeah, YouTube's got its own thing, and as I said, guys, everything goes a really long way. Actually, as I was saying, just liking the stream goes a long way, because it gets me out there, and it's... I'll go, actually, let's see, Monday, I should be able to give an update on everything that's going on with the estate issues that I've been having. As I said, man, when people pass away in America, it is unnecessarily difficult. It sucks. I don't understand why there's so much bureaucratic nonsense that, like, it doesn't need to even be there. Like, with one signature, it should have just been one signature, and it should have just been boom. But whatever. If you can't get by on $200K a year when you can live anywhere, I don't know what to tell you. Oh. All right, that's... Thank you. I didn't know that. Okay. I was thinking that it's like, oh, I could just get the link here. No, thank you. That's much easier. Oh, well, then look at that. That... You think I make that? Okay, maybe at one time in my life I may have, but I can tell you right now. No. No. Yeah, sorry, man. Isn't there just a link? Oh my god. I hate this shit. Oh, wait, here. Yeah. I'm so old. All right, you know what? Here, I'll just do this in a second. I wish I made. Yeah, I was about to say, like, if I did make that, the stream, trust me, man, I wouldn't have. Well, I mean, I would still be asking for donos just because that's how I'm gonna make that much if I ever make that much. But realistically, man, like, I can tell you as a streamer, no, and in my private life, no, no. That's adorable though. But I'll say this: there are like kids that I've heard that they're just like, oh yeah, I need like 500,000 to get by. It's like, what? I was just that. Wait, what? They're like, yeah, you gotta get that bag, you know. Like, if you think that, then you're gonna be miserable for a long time. $30K. I mean, you're talking to somebody that has made his way on many different incomes. Although, you know what? This is kind of lame, but dude, the more money I did make, the more problems I had. So it's almost like somebody said that. No, I'm one of the fortunate ones that has, like, I did well enough when, and without saying too much, when I was in business, I did okay. And it was one of those situations too where, yeah, because I did okay, I got to live on a little bit more money, but as I said, that is not the case anymore. 30K is nothing today, in my opinion. Well, let's see, realistically, well, let's see, what would I be making if I still worked at Radio Shack? Yeah, about that. Right. Don't know why I'm looking at you guys. It's pre-tax. It was about $11 an hour. So it was $11 an hour plus I made commission, which usually it would work out to about $14 an hour. 28.6. Okay. Yeah. I mean, you can live off 200K by yourself. I mean, oh, I thought you were talking like household income even. Like, is that the average? Like, wait a minute. That can't be the average. There's no way. No, I would say that the average dual income of an American household would have to be around 100,000. I would even say less, like 80,000, right? You know, it's weird. I'm not sure the military starts out at that. Dual income, yeah. Yeah, household income, right? Why is this not working? Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, let's take that into account. It definitely depends on where you live. Listen, that's why I was kind of like, so like in where where I live, it doesn't go very far. Like, God, when I told somebody once that we have $1 million houses around us, and they thought that I like lived in Mansionville. When they saw where I lived, they were like, "Where are these $1 million houses?" I started pointing them out. They're like, "That house is $1 million?" I'm like, "Yeah." It's like, "Yeah, dude, it's insane." It is insane how much it costs to live in fucking Chicago. I will say that much. And on top of it, the property taxes. I don't want to sound like your average Republican from here, but yeah, I'm still shocked by that. Yeah, it's very expensive in Maine too. When I was making $100K, I was barely able to stock my refrigerator. That's insane. Wow, what's up with the prices, dude? Damn, in Maine of all. See, I mean, maybe I have a stupidly reductive take on, like, Maine. I've only been there once. It was very much like Canada Light. Like, it was, like, lots of woods and a few truck stops, and that was it. It's okay. That's all I really saw of it, so. All right. And then here, I got that link for you. It's just being a pain in the ass. Making me do this weird authentication thing, so. Property taxes are super high here. It's very sought after. It's called vacation land for a reason. Oh, who the F wants 8 children? I don't know who wants any after 2. I really, like, I always question that, where they're like, we're having a 3rd kid. I'm like, why? Like, why? You got the 2. They keep each other entertained when they're young. They're gonna hate each other right up until about the time that you're gonna, kick the bucket, and then then they'll get really close. Sorry. Need to ban second homes and corporate ownership. We have had this conversation. Why the hell do you need 3 vehicles? I don't get that. I mean, dude, I have 1 working car right now. We need 2 because my wife works, and well, now I'm in need of my own, so my girl's mine and my work truck. What the F you mean, bro? Okay, no, that's different. That is different. Yeah, a work truck. Yeah, no. No, I think he's talking about, like... Oh, yeah, I mean... Hold on. Because cars are also something where, like, if you're a hobbyist... I don't knock people that, like, buy old cars and then restore them and then, like... that's their hobby. I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna chill on that one. Why the hell are none paid off? That's crazy. What are you talking about? My car, the car that just died is paid off. That's the bitch of it. Sometimes things just die. Actually, I have 3. Oh man, I'm pretty sure, but I don't want to get it wrong. Fuck, but I'm gonna do a conservative estimate. There is over 320,000 miles on the motor of this car. So, trust me, man. I pushed this bitch. That car doesn't owe me nothing. Nothing. I got a rusted hole in the back seat, in the back seat floorboard there. Yeah, it gets nice and, soggy every time it rains. It's fucking awesome. Old cars and 4x4s are cool. Hell yeah. That's what I mean. Like, yeah. No, hobby cars. Dude, one of my buddies, he's got a, actually, he had to sell it, but he had a 1991 Toyota Tacoma that he kept in really, really, really good shape. It because of how good of shape he kept it, it turned into essentially like a antique, like 70s muscle car to me, where I was like, dude, holy shit. Like, I have a lot of faux pas in this area. Why? What do you mean, like, as far as, like, you've had bad cars, or, like, what? I mean, I'm not proud of the, what I have now, to be completely honest, just because it's, I had a situation last time where my car died, and it was during COVID, and it was, like, there was that car shortage, and then on top of it, the interest rates were freaking sky high, and just, it was such a bitch. So I was just like, you know what, screw it. I'm just going to get one that's way cheaper than I was initially going for, but it was a way smarter buy for me. But whatever. Went back to a little 4-banger. It drives just fine, and it's, you know, good on the gas mileage. Sad part is, at that point, I was thinking about buying a Tesla. I'm glad I didn't. Because it's like, oh, this makes sense. We have electric cars. Remember the lib push, bra. Ford fucking Ranger here. Hey, I love a good, Ford Rangers are awesome, dude. Is it the extended cab, or is it just the single cab? A single cab Ranger? Seriously, you have the same, like actual truck room as a modern F-150 right now, especially if it's like a 98 or older. God, I love those trucks. Old single cab with half seats. Nice. Dude, we used to have this old Silverado for a work truck at that my dog, he loved it so much that I did the thing where I was just like, hey, can I take the work truck? I got the dog with me. They'd just be like, all right. It was kind of funny. Get a Tesla. Hey, I'll get a red one. I'll put a little green top on it so you can tell. Sorry, here. I got to get you this link. What is going on with this thing? Why is this not working? No, screw it. Here. I'm going to put this on, and then this is the video that I think is the most important for today. Is let's get a little hopium, guys.
There's an argument to be made that the resistance is not only alive and well, but stronger than ever. So we have some new data that's coming out. Look, my intuition tells me this is only going to get stronger and stronger and stronger as time goes by, given how in Trump's second term, he's completely unhinged and he's not listening to reason. There's nobody in the administration to keep the train on the tracks and temper his worst impulses. So here we go. Harry Enton segment talking about the resistance. Let's see what the deal is.
So weekly Google searches for protests. Look at this. Up 1,200% versus a year ago, and it's at or even exceeding the levels that we saw during the January 2017 protests, which you remember were everywhere. It is almost as if I feel like Frankenstein, right, saying the monster, it's alive, it's alive.
I think, and I'm curious what you guys think of this, I really think that the hands-off protest that just happened, I think it was bigger than the Women's March. So if you remember in 2017, Trump's first term, you had the Women's March that happened. It was the first huge protest against Trump. It was big. It was big. But I think that this one surpassed it. At first, the numbers reported were 500,000. Then they upped it to 600,000. Then I saw millions. CNN said millions. And some were even saying as high as 5.2 or 5.3 million people. So I think this time, this giant anti-Trump protest was bigger with more fervor, right? And 1,200% increase for the search for protest on Google. That says something, bro. And let me tell you something. We know who and what they're protesting. That's not a hard one to figure out.
Democratic protest, the idea of protesting Donald Trump, if the resistance was a little bit lacking at the beginning of Trump's second term, it is very much alive now. The protests are out there, and the interest in protesting Donald Trump is definitely there now.
Which, by the way, that it's actually a great point, because when Trump first got in there the second time, you saw a lot of people sort of resign to it. You saw people in media, you saw Democratic politicians, and you saw...
Hey, Squishmallow, if you can shoot me your email in a whisper, then I can send you the link.
Voters, and the
for
polls
some reason,
reflected...
For some reason, it's having me verify.
That people were like, look, man, it is what it is. Try to work with him. Try to do some bipartisan stuff. Like, they want...
I should actually be happy about that.
It is what it is. And he won the popular vote, too. So what are we going to do? That was the sentiment among voters and among, like I said, people in media, people in the party, in leadership roles. And then, like this, as soon as people realized what he was actually doing, the policies he was pursuing, on a dime, the Democratic base completely flipped and went to resist everything. Please, resist everything. Whereas the first time he was in office, it was more resistance right away. People were like, no, don't work with him. Hillary won the popular vote anyway. This is sort of a fluke that he won. He's illegitimate. Like, just fight him right off the bat. This time, people were resigned for a period of like a week, maybe. And then after that first week, they were like, whoa, wait. No. Not only do we need resistance, we need stronger, better resistance than ever.
You just paid off all your credit cards? Nice. Now watch your credit. Score tank.
Before.
Looking at in terms of the polling.
Make sure you don't close the cards.
Polling on resistance to President Trump, maybe now versus before.
Yeah, okay. So, again, the whole thing about this second term was maybe the resistance was lacking compared to Donald Trump's first term. And one of the best ways we can understand the quote-unquote resistance is how strongly folks disapprove of the job that Donald Trump is doing as president. And I want to take a look here at a historical comparison, right? Compare where we are now in April of 2025 compared to November of 2018. And what do we see? Well, in November of 2018, the strongly disapprove of Trump was 42%. Look at where we are now, 43%. The level of strong resistance to Donald Trump now is matching what we saw back in November of 2018 when, of course, Republicans got swept out of power in the House of Representatives. It was a Democratic sweep. They crushed them, gained 40 seats. And what we're seeing now is the same level of, quote-unquote, strong resistance to Donald Trump. This is very different from what we were seeing at the beginning of Donald Trump's second term. As I said at the beginning, the resistance in the polling data, in the data on Google, suggests that the resistance is, quote-unquote, it's alive.
You see these numbers here, I think it's only going to get even stronger. It's only going to get even stronger. Because the fact of the matter is, he made a lot of horrible decisions in his first term. His first term was bad, but there were some guardrails. Now there are no guardrails, which is why you see him warmongering with Greenland and Denmark and Canada and Panama and Iran and Venezuela and all these different countries. That's why you see that. That's why you see him totally flouting the Constitution, rounding innocent people up, sending them to a slave labor camp in El Salvador. That's why you see them kidnapping pro-Palestine protesters and revoking their visas and things of that nature. That's why you see them going crazy with their economic moves, tanking the market, gutting the social safety net with Doge. The amount of damage done in such a short time frame is way far above and beyond what happened in the first term, which is why these numbers are what they are, and they're only going to get stronger. They're only going to get stronger.
One of the big stories that we were tracking last week were the special elections and how much and what were people reading into it and could take from those election results. How does that apply to kind of this conversation?
Okay, so you see the polling here, you see the Google data there, but what about in the real world? I like to live in the real world. I'm a big fan of MTV. Okay, so take a look. Special House elections, the average Democrat, how they are quote-unquote doing versus the prior Democratic nominee on average in those different districts, right? We had 2 Florida special elections last week. How much better did they do? They did 19 points better on average. In April of 2017, there were 2 special elections. The Democrats did 18 points better than Hillary Clinton did on average. What we're seeing right now in the election results, very similar to what we saw in Donald Trump's first term. And again, of course, that led to a big sweep for Democrats in the House in November of 2018.
Again, we're talking about 1 point here. It was both 1 point more of resistance overall, 1 point better for the Democrats in the special elections now versus 2017. But.
Ooh, Cheetos Puffs.
It's going to get stronger.
Uts Cheetos Puffs.
So we're already sort of surpassing it.
Those are
it's
the better
going to get
ones.
even stronger. I'm telling you, it's going to get even stronger.
It's cheese puffs.
Because we've never seen anything like this in modern American history. On every front, there's an all-out assault. It's a robber baron coup. It's a fascist takeover. And people are waking up. They're waking up at a tremendous clip. As I told you guys, you go to that rally the other day, you see people wearing Free Luigi shit, right? You read people are onto the real problem, which is the billionaires. How many signs said the only minority hurting this country are the billionaires? So there's more people. They're more fired up. And this time around, they're more correct. They're further left. They understand what it means not only to resist Trump with everything you have, but also to have a counter ideology and a counter vision and a counter story. That story being, you guys blame the trans people and immigrants for the state of the country today. You're just wrong. They're our brothers and sisters. The real problem are the multinational corporations, the billionaires, the money in politics, the legalized bribery and corruption, the robber barons. And now we know what our agenda is going to be based on that. Whereas for a long time, Democrats were sort of in the wilderness, right? They were married to centrism. So they had no story, they had no narrative, they had no villains. Now, mass awakening. And that's why these numbers are what they are, and that's why they're only going to get stronger, man. I'm telling you. Because with no brakes on this car, and this guy completely unaccountable to anything and everybody, you just wait for it. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications.
You know you want to. That's supposed to be Rhea Ripley? Because if that's Rhea Ripley, then yeah. Cheese doodles, which I currently have. Haha. Nice. Robber barons. Did he say robber barons a lot? Still trying to figure this out. Here we go. Major breaking news. Ugh. Do I care?
Folks, we have breaking news out of the Supreme Court of the United States, and I want you to brace yourselves because it's actually not only shocking, but stunningly good news regarding a very controversial, evil deportation, human rights abuse by the Trump administration, and even the Supreme Court of the United States, as controlled by the 6-3 conservative supermajority, ruled against Trump and has effectively ordered them, or the Trump administration, to take steps to bring an unlawfully deported migrant back from El Salvador. This is, if I sound shocked, it's because I am, and I wanted to talk about this, and I wanted to bring on somebody who could help unpack it. My friend and yours, Lawyer Pisco, my Live and Learn co-host. Pisco, again, I'm stunned. I called you. I was stunned. I was not expecting this from this administration. I don't know how you feel. Maybe it's a vindication of all your positions and how the law was so squarely against Trump in this regard. But please unpack this, because this is damn good news.
Thank you so much, Zai, for having me. Yeah, it's fantastic news. We already knew, the Trump administration said that it was blatantly violating the law when it deported someone who had withholding from removal. This person's name is Kilmar Abrego Garcia. And they basically just argued that even though they had broken the law by sending this person to the gulag in El Salvador, they weren't required to bring him back, and that no court had to bring him back. What the Supreme Court said today, with no noted dissents at all, and so effectively a 9-0 decision, that Kilmar Abrego Garcia should come home. That what happened was obviously illegal. And you can see right there, it says, it was therefore illegal what the United States did by removing him to El Salvador. It's a great day for the rule of law. There's one sort of little hang up there, as the Supreme Court is wont to do, but in general, just a vindication for the rule of law. And I warned people before, don't read too much into the administrative stay that Roberts had imposed. And I was right, because ultimately the court did the right thing here and held that the courts have some role in facilitating back this individual who was illegally deported.
Yeah, so let's unpack all this. I'm curious. You and I, we've been friends for a while, and we've been collaborators for a while. You and I have somewhat cynical views, or we share somewhat cynical views about the Supreme Court. I certainly more than you.
So annoying.
How did you feel when you read this? Again, I'm sure there was a sense of vindication. Was there a sense of surprise? I mean, the Supreme Court of the United States has surprised you before. The Trump v. United States decision, where they effectively gave Trump almost sovereign level presidential immunity. Did this decision surprise you?
Well, just give you my genuine reaction. I had just finished recording. I'm about to release a video that showed individuals, Kilmar's wife, and other wives and family members of people who have been illegally deported by this administration. And so it was, for me, such a feeling of relief when I saw the opinion. I actually recorded a little introduction for that video that I'm going to release, sort of talking about the opinion and reacting to it. I am not completely and totally surprised, because I think even for this court, the big loophole that would exist if it was allowed to stand, that the United States could just administratively mess up and send anyone, including U.S. citizens, to a detention camp that they're sort of contracting with a foreign government, and sort of wipe their hands of any responsibility to bring them back. That is an incredibly dangerous loophole that I think even this court, as I have to say, partisan as some of their rulings have been, that's a dangerous ruling for them. And it's carving a big hole into the judicial authority to say what the law is. So you always kind of see these weird conflicts when it's the third branch of government, Article 3 courts, own jurisdiction, own power at stake. You saw it with the overturning of the Chevron doctrine. And so in these kinds of cases, it doesn't surprise me wholly that this occurred. That it's 9-0 is a welcome surprise, and that it comes so quickly after the administrative stay, I think, is welcoming news.
Well, yeah, even the Trump v. United States decision, it's one of those things that, yes, it confers upon the president sweeping, obviously ahistorical, unpatriotic immunity, but there are also so many caveats in there where the Supreme Court is the ultimate determiner, right? The ultimate person holding the leash, even in that situation. It's almost like, yes, we give the president so much immunity, but we're the ones who decide when and where. So I guess I shouldn't be surprised in that respect that
Squishmallow, I was able to get that figured out and sent over to you.
You could easily interpret this as the court effectively staking its own claim, asserting its own Article 3 prerogatives. But I'm curious about that too, because one of the things that we've been discussing, and we've discussed it amongst ourselves on Live and Learn and others as well, is, does this court want to get into a pissing contest?
Yeah, dude. I mean, that should be a thing for everybody that owns a business. Do not buy personal shit with your business stuff like that. I'm gonna be completely real with you guys. I don't buy personal shit with the money that I make here. Like, this is for the business. This one is going straight to the memorial account, which I am still trying to figure out the final tally. With
the Trump
we're getting to the point where it's just like, oh my God.
Administration, because we've seen, and you've articulated beautifully in your own videos, in your guest appearances here, that it is a fact. It's not a matter of opinions.
I really hope that one of my family members does, like, at least meet what I'm making here, because I'm telling you guys, like, these bills, it's insane. And then on top of it, I really hope that I can skate something that's going on with her estate, because it's very confusing with the way that everything got left.
It's a matter of fact that the Trump administration has violated court orders multiple times. However, as far as we know, it is not explicitly violated.
Actually, if any of you guys know anything about, like, a state law, please get a hold of me.
The Supreme Court. But
privately,
given how much the Trump administration has staked on this particular case, the Abrego Garcia case, they terminated the DOJ lawyer who admitted in court that the administration did violate the law and did, through an administrative error, unlawfully send this person. They put that person on administrative leave. They have staked their reputation on this. Like, no, we're not going to go get him. There's nothing we can do about it. Doesn't this risk a potential showdown between the Article 2 and Article 3 branches?
Yeah, it probably does. One of the reasons that I mentioned at the beginning, there's a little bit of a caveat, is the Supreme Court did grant in part the motion, and it did so only in getting rid of the due date on when this had to occur, and basically kicked it down to the district court to clarify what is meant by facilitate in its order. So it agreed with the district court, but just wanted a little bit more clarification from the district court to make sure the district court isn't doing something that's too intrusive on the executive branch. So that they seem to be opening up the door to potentially an argument in the future that, yes, they must return Mr. Abrego Garcia back, but the district court can't just order them to do anything. And how it's going to be done is still something to be worked out. And so the Supreme Court, you can tell, is struggling to manage the executive branch's relationship, and they don't want to go too fast and be too combative with the administration. And so that's why I think there's no direct order right now from the Supreme Court towards the administration. They're saying, district court, you get the buck now, and you have to clarify your order, and we're going to stretch this out a little bit. I think, all of the tactical plays that Roberts makes, this one might make some sense, but I don't know that it's going to vindicate Roberts in the end, because ultimately there will come a day where the Trump administration is going to put up a brick wall, and it's going to be him or the Supreme Court of the United States. And that's coming. And you can delay it, and maybe that is tactically beneficial in the moment, but ultimately that showdown is going to happen.
Yeah.
So I see here too that the liberal justices led by Justice Sotomayor wrote, I guess, what's a de facto concurrence here. It says, the statement of Justice Sotomayor, with whom Justice Kagan and Justice Jackson joined respecting the court's disposition of the application. What prompted them to write this separate segment? And is there anything of note in these 3 pages that you would draw attention to?
I would say the rhetoric, number one, to emphasize that this is wholly illegal, to emphasize the potential dangers that this could apply, obviously, to U.S. citizens. That's one thing that the dissent does. The other is to note, it's not specifically styled as a concurrence or dissent, but it kind of is a concurrence in some sense, that they are suggesting they wouldn't have sort of touched this. And by doing so, they would have left in place the lower order without requiring further clarification. That is probably because those 3 liberals want to be a little bit more aggressive and give the district court more latitude. And they don't want to signal that there could be some things the district court could order that could itself be an intrusion on the executive prerogatives, even though maybe that makes sense to some degree.
Wait a minute, Bloodstone, what do you think of Pirate's Booty? Do you like that as a snack?
I've been a little bit more sympathetic to the executive argument in this case than in some.
I hate that it's called that, but seriously, as a as far as like cheese, like Cheeto-esque snacks, do you like those?
Other cases, just because of the sensitivities on foreign diplomacy. But that's basically what's going on here. They probably wouldn't have told the district court to...
Kirk, don't make the same mistake I made.
Give further clarification, and they wanted to emphasize the dangers.
Well, they even say there, I know it's interesting and striking, that very last sentence in the Justice Sotomayor's remarks. She says, in the proceedings on remand, the district court should continue to ensure that the government lives up to its obligations to follow the law. And I don't mean this in a dismissive way, but it sounds like Justice Sotomayor is cheerleading the district court and saying,
100%.
Hey, be on their ass, get on their ass and make sure that they follow through with their legal obligations. Don't
it's
just
dripping with cynicism. It's dripping with skepticism. It's dripping with, frankly, contempt, and it should be. And you should be contemptuous of this administration that has shown a complete disregard for the law. But let's put this in further context. This is about Kilmar. Kilmar has now been in the gulag for 26 days. His wife hasn't heard from him in that amount of time. And it's all based on illegal action by the administration. They recognize it's illegal. They have done nothing to bring him back. And the administration earlier today, Kristi Noem, said something to the effect of they should be there for the rest of their lives. And it is
That's the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security for those watching.
It's completely deplorable that she would say this, especially as the Fourth Circuit noted, there is no strong evidence that this person, Kilmar, is a member of MS-13. They noted that in multiple places in the Fourth Circuit opinion, and the Supreme Court has done nothing to upset that finding. And in the district court proceedings, the government hasn't even tried to put on any evidence that Kilmar is a member of MS-13. It's disgraceful.
No, and I'll say this: it's been striking because Pam Bondi was grilled multiple times on Fox News about this, and really, by the way, a disastrous, terrible person, a partisan hack, somebody who just disgraces the job of Attorney General. I mean, I had my issues with Merrick Garland, but none of them involved him being too partisan. If anything, he was a law enforcement officer who held the administration to an infinitely higher standard. He held President Biden, his boss, to an infinitely higher standard than he did then former President Donald Trump. Pam Bondi is the exact inverse of this. Just again, just total disgrace. But when challenged, even by conservative media, to justify this, okay, well, what has he been charged with? They will dissemble, they will deflect, they will say, well, the ICE agents say that he's an MS-13 agent. That's not good enough. That's just not good enough that he's an MS-13 gang member, or to allege that he is, and not actually corroborate that and substantiate that with evidence. And you can see that even conservative hosts on Fox News and elsewhere are like, yeah, we don't buy this.
Kirk, what you were just saying about how your LLC is affected by your personal credit, but technically it doesn't add anything to your personal credit is so messed up.
So it is important to note, like you said, the human element there with Abrego Garcia. It'll be interesting. I assume that the Trump administration's response will be, do you think that they'll try to kick the can down the road and obfuscate and say, sure, we'll do our best, or do you expect that they will actually move to comply?
I found that with the Trump administration, expect the most corrupt thing, and 90% of the time, it's going to be what they're doing. And so maybe they'll do this whole song and dance of, hey, Mr. Bukele, please, would you send him back? And Bukele says, wink, wink.
No.
No, I won't do it. No. And that is going to be where we're going to kind of be in the trenches, is trying to decipher these probably threadbare admissions and filings from the government alleging that they've
TK, I saw your comment. I don't know why it didn't pop up.
Complied or trying to comply with the order, but oh shucks, they just won't give him back. I expect that to be the posture, and it's going to be on us, the people, your viewers, and the courts, to make sure that the Trump administration is held to account, and these corrupt officials are, held accountable one of these days. I mean, ultimately, it's my wish and hope that when there is an administration, eventually a Democratic administration, that everyone who is involved with the illegal deportation of Kilmar will be investigated criminally.
I think there should be a two-pronged approach. As far as I'm concerned, I think that Democrats, the moment they get any sort of institutional power, hopefully in the midterm elections next year, there's a really good chance we retake the House. It's a bit of a long shot that we retake the Senate, but possible. And then, of course, in 2028. But there should be investigations at the legislative level about this. We should demagogue the hell out of this. There should be on cameras left, right, and center, because the substance justifies it. I mean, what James Comer did with the impeachment, the baseless impeachment investigations into President Biden, we should do with this, because the substance actually merits such a response. There should be cameras everywhere. There should be interviews everywhere. We should be subpoenaing these issues. Obviously, they won't comply with the subpoenas because the Trump administration infamously defied congressional subpoenas during the first term. They'll be even more emboldened to do it here. And then, yes, God willing, there will be a Democratic administration inaugurated on January 20th, 2029. And there should still be a two-pronged approach, an aggressive, ruthless investigation into the Trump administration on both levels, in a way that basically the non-Merrick Garland approach. I think that we do need to take a little bit more of the MAGA approach here, and on day one, start issuing subpoenas and dragging these people in front of grand juries, or in front of juries, in front of congressional hearings, things of that nature. I really want to see this. Where can people find you, Pisco?
You can find me on Pisco's Hour on YouTube, and I'll be posting a video soon about Kilmar and about Mahmoud Khalil and one other individual who's been illegally held or deported by the administration. So follow me there, and thank you so much, Isaiah, for having me.
No, thank you. Like I said, I was so excited about this hearing, this ruling by the Supreme Court. I can barely, I'm tripping over my words, because I was not, quite frankly, expecting this. I expected the Supreme Court, for various reasons, either for ideological reasons or because they fear Trump so much, to just fold like tissue, and they didn't, and that surprises me. And I think that's why I felt.
I'll be honest, this didn't surprise me, because they were already talking about, how they weren't going to just let Donald Trump dictate the courts. Like, you had Amy Coney Barrett come out. You also had Kavanaugh come out. Like, they do not want the Supreme Court to be, viewed as illegitimate. And if that means kind of throwing Trump under the bus, they're going to do it. And that also kind of means, yeah, you can't freak out about every freaking decision, because I found out about the Doge decision, and I found the way that people were freaking out with the coverage, I thought that it was a final decision. I didn't know that they deferred. So, like, man. You guys debating car payments? All I can say is, guys, just if you are a younger business owner, make sure that you know you're like you got to protect yourself. That's one thing I am all about in making sure people know. It's like, guys, yeah, business is wild. There we go. Okay. That's 2 comments that haven't popped up now. Oh, that one actually showed up, though. Hold on. I mean, due process is a pretty cut and dry constitutional right, but they are letting him proceed with Alien Enemies Act despite us not being at war. The thing is, I read the Alien... I read that act, and there isn't a stipulation about needing to be at war. That was the one thing that I was also under the misunderstanding of. They can do it in emergency times. So they really left that one up to interpretation, but yeah, in a state of emergency, it can be declared. Listen, I'm not fighting for this shit, and I still think it's bullshit, and I don't like this disingenuous reporting that is it's literally there to get us all riled up. Like, I'm getting a little tired of that one, man. Like, have you ever thought about this where, like, these stories, the way that they they kind of sensationalize. Sorry, I couldn't think of the word sensationalize. But they sensationalize it specifically to get the clicks, and they admit it. And I think that that's just... it's doing all of us a disservice, and guys like Adam Mockler, as much as I like them, they also kind of have been playing into it too, where it's just like, God. All right, had to figure something out with our mod. Also, thank you everybody who has welcomed Rectangles back with open arms. I know that she was gone for a little bit, but really appreciate you guys catching her up on everything and just knowing, like, without her, man, this channel would not be here. So I can say that right now. So shout out Rectangles. Did you know that Mockler's like 50 years old? No way. No, not in this administration. No, Mockler is, God, I think he's 20. He's like 20 or 21. I think he might have just turned 21 because he had mentioned that he couldn't drink before. Which... good head on his shoulders if he's, that good at political analysis at that age. Holy shit. But, yeah, man. I can't imagine if I had this channel when I was in my 20s. Oh, Lord. No. Number one, I think that every stream would be like, yo, what up? A lot of faux shows. Like, faux show. Yeah, dude, lots of cringe. Sideways brimmed hat. I liked my sideways. I could never just, wear a hat normally. It always had to be kicked to the left. God. And I had no reason for it. I remember somebody even just being like, yo, who you fly with? Is like, what? And my buddy's just like, yo, dude, you need to just don't wear a hat or just wear it normal. It's like, okay. Being oh so what? Mockler's going to turn into Hunter S. Thompson. Dude, that would be the funniest turn. He just disappears off YouTube for like 2 years. He comes back with this giant beard, long hair, and some wild ass stories, but his politics are still based. Guys, I wrestled a bear. It's like, wait, what? Yeah. He just starts telling machine stories. He always had a gun and a tumbler and a stick holder. Yeah. Yeah, it was weird. I thought my mom was like super into Hunter S. Thompson. I asked her, actually pretty close to her passing, and she was like, who? And I was really shocked by that. I was like, you don't know who Hunter S. Thompson is? I was like, wow. God, that shook me. I get massive tax breaks with my business, just not personally. Most business expenses are deductible. Yeah, Hunter S. Thompson is, again, every guy goes through it. I think that that's like how we all had a Fight Club phase. I think that that was also part of that, where it's like, yeah, it's part of like, you know, a young man's adolescence, especially if you consider yourself, you know, a budding intellectual, if you will. My analysis is what is true and what is likely is separate. Start with the truth always, otherwise you lose perspective. Well, couldn't you argue that the truth is always kind of like objective? I'm kidding. I'm not going there, Duke. I legit, I'm trying to be that guy, like, bro. He needs to come back looking like a lumberjack with an axe. Comes back looking like Wolverine. Hey, bub. Did you guys hear what Donald Trump did? It? This is Adam Mockler. Yeah, it's the same Adam Mockler. He comes back with a hardcore Chicago accent now. Hey, guys, I was over by Wrigley. I was getting a whole bunch of interviews. He loses his Indiana charm. I think that, I don't know, I've heard him go Chicago a little bit. Man, just based on, like, knowing where he goes to school, he lives in a pretty nice area, man. That's got to be wild to have a YouTube channel and going to school. Fuck. There's another guy that I watch that's doing that, Max Velocity. He's a meteorologist YouTuber that I watch. Hunter should teach us that you can just take the best of people because he's snoring. Because nobody's perfect. Yeah. Not a bad lesson. Any protest planned this weekend? No, I'm going to Comic-Con. Comic-Con tomorrow, so that means no stream tomorrow. But look out for some content. It should be dropping around 6 or 7 my time. I'm probably be tired. Let's be real. But hey, you know what? Maybe a surprise stream around 8 o'clock. We'll see. We'll see depending on how I feel. But if it's like, you know, previous years. One thing that I'm looking to do, though, is I'm going to talk to somebody at Comic-Con, and I'm going to see if I can actually get a booth for next year where I can just stream from. It's technically not just Comic-Con, it's a entertainment convention, so I think that I can get away with registering just as, like, you know, an online entertainer, and they'll just be like, oh, okay. And then, yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Use it as the backdrop. The only thing that sucks is I would have to get, like, I would have to have a way to lock up my stuff. Or I would have to have, like, somebody with me. Although, I'm toying with on Wednesdays, bringing on my buddy Arcadian. He's mostly an art streamer, but we we have really, really good discussions, and we were discussing some politics it was like 2 Wednesdays ago, and he just kind of mentioned it. He's like, yeah, man, you ever think that, you know, could do this, you know, on your stream? I'm like, why not? You know, I'm pretty sure that you guys wouldn't mind a conversation between us. I'd be pumped for more guests. Hell yeah. All right, cool. All right, more guests it is. All right, Wednesdays might be guest day. We'll have our co-host, Arcadian. He's got a really cool handle, Arcadian Knight. Like, I don't know how he locked that one down, but god damn, I've always been jealous of that one. When he told me his online handle when we first became friends, I was like, oh. And he got to spell it. No, it was all letters, no numbers. You know when you have something where it's just like, oh, I don't have to use any numbers? Cool. I guess I'll come on and perform live. Fine, you convince me. Hell yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. Get a live performance from... Fuck yeah, man. No, I'm all down for this shit. Strangely enough, I actually do have enough space in my studio to actually accommodate that kind of stuff, so I'll just have to move a little bit of stuff around over here, but yeah. All right, we'll do some guests. I'll set up my second mic. This is going to be interesting. Ah, damn it, I might have to get a new mic arm then. Shit. Oh. More investing into the studio. Great. Which I really can't do right now. Well, you know what? After the Memorial Fund, this is what sucks, is now that the Memorial Fund is the priority, I was going to try and get a new desk, for stream, and obviously I'd like to fund it from stream because it makes my taxes a little bit easier, believe it or not. Also can do write-offs if I want to or need to or whatever. Right now, I think I should. I'm a growing business. I think I should probably write some stuff off, but I need new glasses too. But that one is obviously let's fund that myself, but I'm sitting here squinting for you guys. Nah, thanks guys. I really do appreciate all the support, man. Fuck. Like, not to wax too poetic, but you guys are awesome for helping me live the dream. So I've always wanted to do this. So. All right, I'm getting a little too mushy. What do we got? 7:45. All right, so here's the deal. At 8:30, I have a hard out. I got to get out of here. I have to go pick up Unimoogle from work. So that that means if any of you notice that it's that time, tell me to get the F off stream, please. Because I don't want to show up late. That would be bad. Oh my god. And knowing our luck, I would get there late and it would just start like pouring rain. Just standing there, all wet. Mad at me. Dude, that happened once. And it wasn't even my fault. That was one of those situations where it's like, no, I am on the way. I am stuck in traffic right now. And she's just like, it's pouring so bad. And then she just gets in the car. She's like, I don't even care. I might as well have gone swimming. So what time do we tell you to F off? At 8:30 my time. So whenever the next half hour kicks. Because it's 7:46 right now. And that is when, yeah. I appreciate the help, guys. Also, Squish, did you get that link? Can you just try that? Because I had to create a new thing for my account, which yeah, 7:46. Oh, yeah. All right, cool. And we are linked up Central Time. Hell yeah. But yeah, also try that link, because if it doesn't work, then I need to work on that again tonight, which... I just love creating all the new stuff for... Yeah, the link didn't work. Just send me your email associated with it. Okay, gotta go, y'all. All right, good night, Kirk. You got that heart out. Fuck it, we'll do it live. We'll do it live. God, that is one of the all-time greatest clips of just... It is. It is one of the all-times. I'm just gonna say it. I almost said, of all time! But that's not mine. So. Why are you telling Kirk to go F off? That's not very nice. We are in a beautiful place. No. No, we are not.
Is Trump dialing up more tariffs to China, up to 145%. The 10% tariffs I mentioned, which are still in place, has begun to fuel even more of the fear and uncertainty that led to the market crashes, which had Trump backing off and retreating yesterday. If he were to retreat entirely, you wouldn't get back to zero, but you would get away from some of the worst problems. But he's only retreated partially, and the uncertainty is feeding this.
Stocks are selling off sharply again today as a new reality sinks in. And let's start with some numbers. 1,500 is about the amount of points the Dow is down right now. And of course, the biggie, 145%. That's the total tariff rate on China now.
After the historic rally we saw yesterday, the Dow tumbles as the White House says its tariffs on China are actually higher than what the president had announced yesterday.
The S&P down more than 3%.
Market sell-off is accelerating. Straight up yesterday, down significantly this morning. Janet Yellen, she says Trump's economic policies are the worst self-inflicted wound by an administration on a well-functioning economy. Markets down.
The worst. You were just watching Fox coverage. That's one of the Fox News channels, Fox Business, quoting the Wall Street Journal, which I'm going to read to you in more depth in a moment. But what you're seeing there is that some realities can't be denied. This isn't working. And as the Wall Street Journal emphasized, it didn't need to be this way. This is not one of those unpredictable or confusing market meltdowns that takes months to investigate because of macroeconomics. This is Trump. Trump, Trump, Trump. This is Trump policy. Don't take my word for it. I'm quoting the Wall Street Journal, owned by Rupert Murdoch, which is both a financial Bible and it leans right, and the editorial page supported basically Donald Trump's election. It is a turnaround from what was the initial excitement about him backing off it all yesterday. One report says the euphoria is fading, and any on-paper gains that appeared yesterday are getting wiped out again. The top 500 companies down another 3.5 points and down 6% in the last month. So you see the bit of relief yesterday, as we told you last night, didn't go anywhere near back to the economy that Trump was inheriting, and it's down another 3.5 points today. The Dow down over 2 points, down over 5 from the last month. Another way to say it, if you're not into all the charts, I'll put it like this. If Donald Trump just didn't go to work for the last 2 weeks, none of these $6 trillion mistakes would be happening. If Donald Trump just golfed for the last 2 weeks like he had when the crisis hit that he started, if he just golfed instead of messing with monetary trade and international economic policy, you wouldn't have these problems. There is a level of illogic here that you have to address. And it may sound unkind to say that a president and his entire policy are illogical or worse. We don't mean it as criticism or opinion. We mean that there is no logic to be found in what he's been doing, and the markets in this country and abroad are reacting. The Times reports on how Trump scaled back.
Why is it like we're a week into this and now we're all of a sudden just like, well, yeah, it's almost like the markets are reacting poorly because he keeps being so random.
The tariffs, the real credit, Trump's advisors admit.
It get a little yippy. It's going to get a little yippy.
Goes to the bond markets. Mr. Trump's decision driven by, quote,
be cool,
fear.
Guys, be cool.
Fear, not strategy. Fear, not strength. This is according to the New York Times sourcing inside the White House and elsewhere, that the tariff scandal could turn into a, quote, financial crisis, unlike the two previous crashes of the past 20 years, which I just mentioned to you, that were complicated, the global financial crisis of 2008, fed by synthetic securities and real estate, and the completely uncontrollable pandemic of 2020. Unlike those, the Times writes, this crisis would have been directly attributable to only one man, Donald Trump. Now I'll go to the striking quote in Rupert Murdoch's Wall Street Journal, which was read aloud on Fox, so Fox viewers and other conservatives are hearing about this, as well as able to check their own retirement accounts. Quote, Trump told advisors he was willing to take pain. He privately acknowledged his trade policy could trigger a recession, but said he wanted to be sure it didn't cause a depression. That's the Journal's financial reporting. Other outlets saying Trump blinked while the chaos is not over.
What a perfect picture.
The market swings that are...
Him and Hexeth. That... Okay, hold on, guys. That is one of the rare ones where we save it, because that is definitely usable for future thumbnails.
Response to Trump, the uncertainty which prices in choices he's made or refused to make,
Quentin Tarantino,
the way that he has freestyled all of this improv to the very end, to the point that when they did try to stop the bleeding yesterday, you still had confusion on the White House lawn about which countries and which tariffs still applied, which doesn't give...
Wait a minute, Hunter, I just equated this the other day that they have this thing going on where they had the lady who would not give back Mel Gibson's guns on... she was on trial in front of Congress, and they tried to intimidate her. And I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, why is this such a priority? And then they spent so much money to not only show Hunter's dick pics, but then to take his guns. But it's like, this is way more egregious. Why not just give Hunter his guns back then?
Confidence, even as they back off the worst parts of it, that the market said, okay, thank goodness it's not this. But none of this is logical, and much of it is being announced inconsistently. That's not the secure guidance you want for the global economy. It also undercuts the few talking points that were thrown out on the right to try to make sense of the illogic. Look at the contrast between Trump allies yesterday claiming it was all a secret plan to back down without getting anything back, when the markets were a little relieved that it wasn't going as far as it could have, versus today's reality.
We begin with the art of the deal. Told you this was going to happen.
Trump announced a brilliant move to pause the higher tariffs.
Stocks after that announcement shot up on the news.
A huge win for the president, a huge win for the country.
It's genius.
The haters, the doubters, all the people on the left wing, they were all proven wrong. They all, as usual, end up with egg on their face.
That was last night. Who has egg on their face now? Who was proven wrong? The point is not to single out Mr. Hannity or anyone else making claims that are factually false if you just look at...
Well, we don't have egg on our face because we put Pam on our face every day just in case. Just slid right off.
A week-long stock chart. The point is that the stakes are too high.
They use Pam like spray on sunscreen
to do the usual political spin. Here we are, the market's plunging a day later. And then the timing.
His power razor must have broke.
Reporting Trump publicly urging people to buy online hours before he made the pause that he would, according to the timeline,
must have been
appear to have known when he posted that, signing it himself, DJT.
Off-brand. You got to get a Gillette, dude.
But that's also a stock symbol for his company. Quote, it's not clear if Trump was saying buy stocks in general or his stock, Trump Media, which did close up double the broader market. Remember all the talk about draining the swamp? Or the claim that having a businessman, high net worth president, whatever his exact wealth, he's richer than an average person who's done public service their whole life, that would somehow insulate us from this stuff. In fact, it looks like the opposite. He's got his own Bitcoin-style currency that he's been hawking. Elon Musk has promoted his currency while in office, but also in business.
It is weird how they just, like, dude, Republicans were going on about, oh, Biden still has a couple $1 million. He had a vacation home in Delaware. Oh, Biden had a little bit of money. And then they just, we love the billionaire. Give him more money.
Tesla demonstration at the White House. Tesla's been battered by all this.
Maybe the fact that the market is just going wild should be an indicator to these people that something is going terribly wrong.
There are big questions, even amidst the priority of first stabilizing the markets, about whether corruption is seeping into what the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal agree is a Trump-induced crisis with the risk of being one of the greatest crashes in the last several decades.
Who knew in advance that the president was going to once again flip-flop on tariffs? And are people cashing in?
This could be an enormous scam.
There is just all too much opportunity for people in the White House and the administration to be insider trading, and you can't put it past them for a minute.
I'm very interested in what members of Congress have been buying and trading stocks in the last 24 hours prior to this tariff announcement.
Those are some of the questions that lawmakers are asking, so we're showing you the news of what they're saying. I want to be clear in fact-checking that there has not been any formal claim of insider trading against anyone. This is all happening fast, nor have the federal entities that are supposed to do this independently. They're not supposed to have any political bias. SEC and others are not saying anything about this. So we're not reporting on some new finding, but we're showing you serious questions lawmakers are asking. Wall Street is not calmed even after the initial kind of exhale that this might not go on as bad as it looked forever, because Trump did retreat a bit. But here's J.P. Morgan.
Yeah, but then look at the way that the stock market blew up because of, like, it was almost the way that where you ever had like a really big fight with somebody and you feel just so angry and you feel like you almost have a headache, and then you just, a point's made or something breaks it where you're just like, okay, you can take that breath, but then you're like, okay, I feel better, but then all of a sudden they just say, but you were still wrong or something like that. And you're just like, Grah!
They tell their own investors, we still think a contraction this year is more likely than not. And then I showed you the Wall Street Journal reporting, then the editorial board, which is a different part of the paper, of course. They're the ones that do endorsements and more politics. The editorial board said,
who knew the president was going to do the thing that he has been doing since he came back into office? Like, what the fuck?
These moves are evidence
The fact that they're asking is kind of wild.
Markets believe the biggest threat to the world economy is Mr. Trump's tariffs. I'm going to leave that on the screen for another moment. This is the Wall Street Journal, as I mentioned, kind of a financial Bible. They're the sister outlet of Fox News. They care a bit more sometimes about financial issues than pure partisan politics. That would be the clear message today. Everyone in the White House, everyone around Trump can see this. This is still Murdoch's empire, and they are saying, I repeat, the markets think the biggest threat to the world economy is Trump's tariffs. That's just one view. Then you have people who do economics for an actual living and do it independently. So they're not just talking on behalf of, say, one company or the recession outlook predictions I've shown you from some of the top banks. The Nobel Prize winning economist, Paul Krugman, writing in his newsletter, destructive uncertainty about future policy has increased. And he can walk you through in plain English, which is one of the reasons he's a popular economist, not just a Nobel-winning one, what that uncertainty is. He dates it to exactly Donald Trump's choices, emotions, style of, or failure of leadership, and says the prices are only going up. There's also a market measure that tries to look at uncertainty. This is the volatility index. I'll put this in full for everyone. These are, of course, rough measures. But what you see here, according to many market analysts, to how Krugman references it, is a volatility that's going up and is a problem, not because of some uncontrolled international development, but because of how Donald Trump is leading or failing to lead.
I do like how we are just kind of being like, nah, this doesn't need to be happening, guys. Like, this is all him. But it's MSDNC, guys. Who's gonna learn? Who's actually gonna listen to him? That does annoy me how it's just like, but it was MSDNC. And then Fox News, that one, it is kind of like, but wait a minute. You guys. Oh my God, guys. Anderson Cooper uses incorrect pronouns for civil rights attorney during a town hall event with Bernie Sanders. Oh, that's right. Bernie Sanders' town hall. Haha. I knew there was something else we had to cover today. Bernie Sanders, where are you?
Those tariffs are aimed at part, and the president talks about bringing manufacturing jobs to America. The White House talked about iPhones being made here in America. Some economists have said that it would cost thousands of extra dollars to buy an iPhone. Is that realistic?
I think I don't know the answer to that. But what I do know is the immediate harm is going to be very significant. And it is going to, I was just in Target the other day buying something, and I looked around there. Virtually all of those products sold in stores like Target are going to see significant increases in prices if Trump gets his way with tariffs. That's going to hurt working people a whole lot.
This is Marge Watchorn, a manager at the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. She's worked with the federal government for 30 years. Thank you for your service.
Thanks.
Marge is a Democrat from Ellicott City, Maryland. Marge?
Senator, what would you say to federal employees who are concerned about the careless workforce cuts being effectuated by Elon Musk and Doge?
I want to say two things about that. First of all, thank you and your colleagues for your years of service. The vast majority of federal employees are trying their best to do the jobs that have to be done to protect the American people, and I thank you all very much for that. The idea that Mr. Musk goes around and with a chainsaw, I mean, that is his metaphor, a chainsaw, slashing jobs all over the place, telling people based on nothing.
Gotta give credit to CNN. They did the town
poor
hall.
Performance records. Throwing them out into the street is outrageous. But I want to say something else above and beyond. And by the way, I was just on the floor a few hours ago. They have decided in their brilliance, and I suspect this is a Musk initiative, to lay off, they have a proposal to lay off 83,000 workers at the Veterans Administration. Got that? So we made a commitment to the men and women who put their lives on the line that we were going to provide them with the best quality health care that we could. And generally speaking, I know in my state, veterans are very proud of the health care they get in White River Junction, Vermont, and that's true in many places in this country. But arbitrarily, throwing 83,000 workers in the Veterans Administration, lowering the quality of care for our veterans, delaying the kind of the time in which they're going to get their benefits is a total outrage. I want to add one point to that. I want everybody to think about this. Most people, we have millions of federal employees, most people are not federal employees. And I think many people are saying, wow, that's outrageous. I really feel for these federal employees thrown out on the street. But I want you to think about this. If Musk can do this to federal employees, some of whom are in unions, some of whom work for years, what do you think
hell yeah.
he's going to be doing when artificial intelligence and robotics comes for your job? Guess what? The job you have today ain't going to be here in 10 or 15 years. And you think Musk and his friends are saying, oh my goodness, how do we protect American workers from the explosion in technology that we're seeing? They don't give a damn about you. If this is what they could do to federal employees, think about what they could do to people in the private sector. So bottom line there is I am not a Luddite. I think technology has many positive things to say. But we have got to understand that new technology, AI, robotics, has got to work for working people, not just for the billionaires and Mr. Musk.
There's a lot of talk about from the Doge team or from Elon Musk about waste, fraud, and abuse and what they're finding. Have you seen much evidence of waste, fraud, and abuse? Because what they put on their wall of receipts, some of the top items, the biggest savings they allege to have implemented, turned out to be mistakes or just lies.
Look, am I going to sit here and tell anybody in America that the United States government doesn't have a bureaucracy and there isn't waste? Of course there is. And do we all, you're Republican, conservative, progressive, I was mayor of the city of Berlin. One of the things I'm proud of is we saved money. We made the city more efficient. People pay taxes. They want to make sure their money goes to where it's supposed to go. We can do better than we're doing right now.
Is there a contribution Elon Musk could make to the federal government that you would be?
I think I don't think he can do it. But do I think as a nation, as a Congress, as an administration, we got to sit down and say, how do we break through the bureaucracy and make the government more efficient? Yes. But I want to give you one example. And this worries me a whole lot. Trump gets up in his State of the Union, and many of you have heard it. And he says, oh my goodness, millions and millions of senior citizens, 150 years age, 200 years of age. Remember?
You wish he said it with that enthusiasm. He said it like, did you know that there were 100,000?
Oh, they're all getting Social Security benefits. It's a lie. A total, absolute lie. I mean, according to the new guy who is
free AI, like free internet?
I'm the Social Security administrator, Trump's own appointee. Well over 99% of the benefits owed to people on Social Security were earned by the people on Social Security. It's just another lie. So a lot of what they're doing is, am I going to tell you the Veterans Administration is the most efficient organization in the world? No, it's not. But you don't simply, with a chainsaw, if you like, get rid of 83,000 people, then say, oh, it's not going to impact the quality of care that our veterans.
I love how he said that.
The president's keeping a 10% tariff on most countries, 25% on some goods from Canada and Mexico, 125% now on China. Has all of this chaos permanently damaged our economy, our reputation in the world?
Yes. Look, I live in Burlington, Vermont. You should all come up and visit us sometimes. We're a great city, a great state. I live 50 miles away from the Canadian border. Throughout the history of the United States and Canada, we have had a very warm, positive relationship. They are our neighbors. They are our friends. And right now, I got to tell you that in Canada, when you have a president of the United States who goes out of his way to insult the prime minister, he calls him governor. Oh, by the way, you're a Canadian. We're going to make you the 51st state. Canadians, who I love, they're great people. They're not coming into Vermont anymore. They're not coming into America. They're boycotting American goods, similar to our friends in Mexico and all over the world. These are our allies. We fought World War II. We defeated Nazism, fighting with our friends in UK and France, throughout Europe. And now they're saying, what in God's name is going on with the United States of America? So the idea that this nation...
I mean, when they're already working on trade alliances that don't include us, I mean, what's Trump going to do? Tariff them? Tariff the alliance?
Want to see as a...
I saw this morning that the tariffs on China have been raised to 145%. Yep.
Reagan calls the city on the mountain.
China's sitting on it.
Technically, it was 125. There was already a 20% tariff already there.
City on a hill. Close. All right.
Fake news. Fake
I don't
news.
quote Reagan all that often. But, you know, we want to be a model to the world. We want people to look at us and say, we want to be like the United States. Not, oh, God, United States, what are they doing? So.
Let's get to our first questioner. This is Nate Gilsaw, legal administrative specialist with the Department of Justice from Burke, Virginia. He's a Republican.
Mitesh, $2.
Thank you.
Bernie the
Senator
vote.
Sanders, you have consistently opposed trade agreements like NAFTA and the Trans-Pacific Partnership, citing their detrimental effects on American workers. Recently, President Trump imposed broad reciprocal tariffs on numerous countries, leading to significant market disruptions and international backlash. How do you assess the effectiveness of such tariff strategies in protecting American jobs?
Donation.
And what alternative measures would you advocate
Holy
to
shit.
ensure fair trade without escalating global trade tensions?
Thanks a lot, Nate.
He's got that natural grease look.
Not only did I vote against a Clinton-inspired NAFTA and PNTR with China, I helped lead the effort against it. And I think you know why. What I saw and wanted to prevent was the decimation of communities all over this country where working people had decent jobs, often with unions, in a factory. And what these trade agreements in essence said to corporate America, hey, No problem. You can throw American workers out on the street. You can go to Mexico. You can go to China and hire people for pennies an hour. And I thought that that was a horrible idea. It was a horrible idea. It resulted in the loss of thousands and thousands of factories in America, the loss of millions of jobs. So, Dan.
No, for real. He was sleeping on the couch in the other room, and he heard that, and he was just like, "Don't mind if I do."
It's an eighth question. Look, what I think is tariffs used selectively are a good idea if they're going to protect America.
Add another 10 minutes of that. Let's do 15 minutes of that. 8:45.
Jobs. But to arbitrarily, out of nowhere,
I got a text that I'm okay.
come up with a tariff that they can't even justify or explain to virtually every country on earth is absolutely counterproductive.
We're changing it. 8:45.
This is Grace Copps, a student at Georgetown University. She's a Democrat originally from New York. Grace.
Good evening, Senator Sanders. My question is as follows. How can the United States go about repairing our relationship with allies like Canada after the second Trump administration?
Well, I think there's going to have to be acknowledgement that what we stand for as a country is not to be the bully of the world. Again, as I mentioned earlier, the idea that you insult the prime minister, that you tell Canada they're going to become our 51st state, that you tell the people in Denmark, oh, by the way, we're taking Greenland away from you. This is outrageous. And what I would like us to be is a leader of the world based on our democracy as a model, based on our compassion, based on our work to fight climate change and help people all over the world transfer away from fossil fuel to sustainable energy so that we could save the planet. So that's a little bit what I'd like.
Let me just ask you in terms of relationships, if the end result or the result in the next 90 days of these tariffs that the president has put on is lowering of tariffs by other nations against the U.S., will it have been worth it? If this brings them to the negotiating table?
Nothing is worth it. Look, the isolation, how is it worth it? What is worth it when you have people that have been our neighbors and allies and friends for almost 200 years in Canada now distrusting the United States, our friends in the UK,
thank you,
throughout Europe distrusting the United States.
Yeah, literally neighboring states, and it's like they don't have tourism, you know.
We are becoming isolated from the rest of the world. So there's very little that I can see that would make it worth that.
By the way, Grace's question was about what happens after Trump finishes his second term.
But we got a lot of repair work to do.
No, but you know what he said about a third term. Do you think he's serious?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I think you have somebody whose main function, what he wants is power and wealth for his oligarch friends. So nothing would surprise me about Trump.
I want you to meet Jayan Chatterjee. He's a student at Georgetown University, originally from New York. He's a Democrat. Jayan, welcome.
Hi, Senator Sanders. Senator, for many years, your theory of power has rested on a critique of oligarchy. But in the past few years, around the world, the rise of populist right-wing leaders has seemed even more closely related to a loss of faith in institutions, loss of faith in the media, in public health authorities, in judiciaries, and of course, as you've mentioned, in democratic political bodies. Is a singular focus on oligarchy sufficient to address the skepticism in democratic institutions that has driven many Americans and people around the world to the far right?
That's a great question. Thanks. Oh, look.
See, American universities.
There you go. Here's what I think.
There we go.
I don't think that Donald Trump was elected president because he went around the country telling folks that he was going to give massive tax breaks to billionaires and cut Medicaid, or that he was going to eviscerate the Social Security Administration or throw 83,000 workers off of the Veterans Administration, or that he was going to cut Medicaid. That's not why he was elected president. He was elected president, I think, because many, many millions of people are looking at the economic and political system in America and understand that it is not working for them. Right? You tell them to go out and vote, and they go out and vote, and what happens? Over the last 52 years, the average American worker, in inflation accounted for dollars, is earning less than he or she did 52 years ago. And there's been a massive transfer of wealth during that period to the top 1%. Oh, go out and vote. Go out and vote for this candidate or that candidate. Really? Who cares? What does it matter? The rich get richer. I am struggling. Richest country in the world, 60% living paycheck to paycheck. Now, tied to that, and this is an issue that we have to talk about tonight, and I'd love people's feelings about it. And we don't talk about it in media, and we don't talk about it in Congress very much, is when you talk about people losing faith in the American political system, it's justified because you have a corrupt campaign finance system. So you get one vote and you get one vote, and Elon Musk can spend $270 million
Consistency,
to help
Bernie.
elect Donald
Consistency.
Trump to become
Love
president.
it.
And then his reward is he becomes the most powerful person in government. And it's not just Republicans. You got Democratic billionaires heavily influencing what goes on in the Democratic Party. As I mentioned earlier, I feel very strongly that the United States government should not give another nickel to the Netanyahu extremist government that has killed 50,000 people in Gaza, wounded over 110,000 people. All right, that's my view. You may disagree with me. But you got
no, I mean, I don't.
AIPAC telling any Democrat who stands up to Netanyahu, guess what, we're going to primary you. We're going to spend millions of dollars to defeat you. So does it sound like we're living in a democracy when Musk can intimidate any Republican? You stand up to me, we're going to primary you. We're going to defeat you. We got a corrupt campaign finance system influencing both political parties. So the average American says, yeah, I got one vote. And Musk can spend hundreds of millions of dollars. Is that a democracy? Why should I vote? And then Trump comes along and says, the whole system is broken. And I'm gonna annihilate the whole system. Well, the system is broken. Our healthcare system is broken. No question about it. Our childcare system is broken. Our housing system is broken. Our campaign finance system is broken. Both political parties are dominated by big money interests. So people have a right to be angry. But our answer is to improve the situation, to create a vibrant democracy, to get big money out of the political process is an enormously important thing.
All right.
Nobel Prize winning economist Paul Krugman, who has a new piece taking all of these issues in, talking about Trump's, quote, stupid, erratic, and weak approach. Welcome.
Hi there.
You make several points. I would love to try to bring some of your writing to life, as well as anything else you're thinking tonight with the latest development.
Economists, nah. We know. We know.
So this clip is really, really interesting to me. Rand Paul has been relatively vocal in terms of the Republican caucus here, in the sense that he's disagreeing with Trump quite a bit.
Ooh, I like that one, Squishmallow. I'm going to start a rumor on in the right that her emails were actually found on Hunter's laptop.
Right, he's going out there, he's making the case against tariffs in no uncertain terms. But what's so interesting about this clip is that while he's super clear on the one hand, on the other hand, he's not. And you're going to see what I mean. Very clearly, he's fed up with Trump's bullshit, but the way he's approaching it is strange, or weak, maybe is the right word. Here we go. Let's watch.
Truth is, tariffs are taxes. They don't punish foreign governments. They punish American families. When we tax imports, we raise the price of everything, from groceries to smartphones, washing machines, and every other conceivable product. It is time that we save the American people from high prices and prevent the Democrats' restoration of power. It's time to terminate the tariffs. Our next guest, that's who, Republican Senator Rand Paul from Kentucky. How did we get here? How did the Republican Party get here, Senator?
How did we all get here? I mean, the whole debate is so fundamentally backwards and upside down. It's based on a fallacy. And the fallacy is this, that somehow in a trade, someone must lose. That somehow when you trade with someone, there's a loser and someone's taking advantage of you and China's ripping you off or Japan's ripping you off. It's absolutely a fallacy. Every trade that occurs in the marketplace is mutually beneficial. If you have a free society and I trade with you, if you want to sell me your coat and I give you $200 for it, we both agree to it and we're both happy with the trade. No American consumer trades with China. They trade with Walmart, or they may buy something from China, but they individually buy something they want and they make a decision. The trade is always a win-win.
I love how he has to try to explain this like he's talking to a second grader, right? That's what he's trying to do. Because, there's no other way you're going to get through to the guy, right?
Could artificially do this accounting between countries and say, oh, trade deficit, look at this trade deficit. But I have a trade deficit with my grocery store. The people who employ me, if I work for Corvette and they employ me, they have a trade deficit with my labor. They buy my labor and I never buy their cars.
Yeah, they really need to change the term trade deficit, because very stupid people look at that and they see the word deficit and they think bad.
Yep.
Right?
Very
They look at it and they
people
just think, the
indeed.
word deficit is in there. Deficits are bad. I'm against it.
Yep.
But he's giving great examples of a trade deficit, right? I have a trade deficit with my dentist because I pay them money. They do the work on my teeth, right? I've paid probably thousands over the years. And what should we do here? Do I need to now work on their teeth so everything's perfectly equal? It doesn't make sense, right?
You can have this artificial accounting and it makes it look like a bad thing, but you have to ask yourself, is trade good or bad? And if you look at the trade deficit, in times of a recession, the trade deficit goes down. So if the tariffs push us into a recession, we could reduce the trade deficit because we're all buying less stuff. We have to get back to the fundamentals of, is trade good or is trade bad?
Senator, you are maybe getting some support and some praise from Democrats, but the support and praise from Republicans, you're saying that you're getting it, but these are individuals that you don't even want to be on the record for saying that. Is that fair to say?
It's a quiet whisper, and people come up to me in the hall. You know how in Atlas Shrugged, they would come up and say, who is John Galt? They whisper in my ear, free trade is good. Keep going, keep going. But they don't want to say it because of the politics of it.
That's so humiliating. We hear this all the time. They're like, oh, off the record, this Republican says Trump's an idiot. If you're not going to say it publicly, do me a favor, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You're so weak because you go along with him in every way, shape, and form. Your voting records are totally with him. But you pretend oh, actually, bro, I can see the truth. How pathetic is that? Real cult shit. They think, oh my God, I'll lose my seat if I say it. Let me tell you something. The path we're going, you will lose your seat if you won't vote with this man at all.
Look, when I put free trade articles on my Twitter account, I get mobbed. I mean, I get what they call ratioed. I get more comments than likes, which they say isn't good. But we have to have this debate.
I love how he knows the term ratio.
That's because those are the Trump cultists, right? Who, by the way, when Trump puts tariffs into place, they say, it's brilliant. And then when he takes them away, they go, that was a brilliant negotiating tactic. It's like, which is it? Are tariffs good, or are tariffs only good insofar as they're a negotiating tactic and then getting rid of the tariffs is good? There is no consistency. They don't care. They will go wherever their boy goes. But this is the real, that's the 26% to 33%. That's who that is. And at this point, everybody needs to just realize they are your enemy. They're your enemy. You're not going to change their minds, and they're fucking psycho.
People have to understand that trade is between individuals, not countries, and it's a false accounting. So I'm committed to this. I'll keep talking about it. And there's one graph, if you look at it, and it has trade. Trade for the last 70 years went up exponentially, international trade, but so did GDP per capita. We get wealthy with trade, not without trade. It's such a fundamental debate that it's worth having.
And I get all that. So it's almost like it was almost like a creep. Okay, what about some targeted tariffs? Okay, well, let's do it this way. Well, what about China? And then there's fentanyl, and you could sort of see the creep, right. Mission creep, or whatever you call it. Now we're at across-the-board tariffs, and even Republicans that in the past would have called themselves Reagan Republicans are kind of going along with it. How does it end?
Tariffs, like sanctions, are good until they're applied. Once they're applied, they're of no value and they're a detriment to the economy. But if you threaten tariffs and you get other people to lower their tariffs, you can say, oh, this is wonderful. If you threaten sanctions and you can get a country to change their behavior, that's wonderful. If you have them in place, they're only of value if you can remove them. So if you can remove tariffs and lower tariffs and get more equal tariffs, that's good. But we have to start from talking about the truth. One of the things they say with Canada is, oh, there's a 270% tariff on dairy products going from the U.S. into Canada. Well, you know what the real tariff is? 0. That's a big difference between what the truth is. So there's a certain amount of goods, dairy goods, that go to Canada every year, and they go at 0%. If we exceed a certain amount, there's this ridiculous 270% tariff, but we've never encountered it. And the USMC renegotiated it and raised the level that's under 0. Trump should be congratulated for USMC raising the amount of dairy that goes in at 0.
See, this is the issue I have with this, too. He's clearly disagreeing with Trump on tariffs more generally. But even in a scenario where he's like really fucking annoyed and pissed off at Trump and completely
Big James, I saw that. We also, I think we covered
disagrees
it.
with
Yeah,
him
we
and
covered
is
it.
theoretically going after him here, he never actually said a negative word about Trump. And he goes, oh, Trump should be given credit for this amazing thing he did with these particular tariffs. It's like, this really is part of the problem. I understand he's a narcissist. I understand he's a bloviator. I understand he doesn't take criticism well. But if everybody fucking tiptoes around it and pussyfoots around it and then, like gives him 7 pieces of credit and you got to hand it to him before you disagree with him, I think that emboldens him more. I think you need a united front against him where it's like, you're just fucking wrong and you're just a psycho and you're making horrible decisions. Right? Because they've tried this. Everybody's tried this for so long with the guy where it's like, oh, we give him some wins before we give him the loss. Then he'll take the loss better. No, he won't. No, he won't. What about standing on principle and just keeping it real? And here in the segment where he's nominally disagreeing with Trump and he's clearly fed up with Trump's bullshit, it's, oh, you gotta hand it to Trump in this way. The whole point of this segment is for you to be like, he's fucking wrong. Why are you doing the gotta hand it to him? Oh my God, one more time.
And the USMC renegotiated it and raised the level that's under zero. Trump should be congratulated for USMC raising the amount of dairy that goes in at zero. But we have to have an honest debate. We can't go around saying that there's a 270% tariff when that's not really the truth.
And that's what they do. They lie about it. They go around. Trump goes around saying that 270% tariff. Canada charges us. No, they don't.
That's
he
what
just
they
explained the
yeah,
situation.
I was about to say that's all his fucking false numbers.
Never been actually charged.
Senator, we had Ray Dalio on talking about how he understands.
It's getting way too real. Yeah, Simply Steve. I've been having that same problem. I'm kind of looking forward to having like more of a like lighter weekend with like Comic-Con and just doing some of that kind of content and then coming back to it on Monday because honestly, I need the break.
We got to this point. There are sections of the country that have gotten hollowed out by free trade. People who lost their jobs, industries that left towns upended.
What sucks is it's just like like everybody at the this con is going to be so similar to the one right before COVID hit. Because seriously, like it was like the week before they shut everything down, they had the last one. Well, not last one, but last one of that season.
What could and should we do to help those who have been hurt by free trade if it's not tariffs?
The middle class, if and when they've been hollowed out, have been hollowed out by free spending, by debt.
No. See, this is where he's wrong. This is where he's wrong. That's why I always told you guys, like, I am a tariff supporter. I am a protectionist to one extent or another, right? But Trump's approach to doing tariffs is absolutely mental, and it's horrific, because he's doing universal tariffs without any industrial policy. We can't even make everything here. We don't have the ability. We don't have the raw materials to make everything here. So across the
you're a Martian, huh?
board, tariffs are insane. The way to actually do tariffs are specific and targeted for certain industries, right? And then you do industrial policy to
I played the role-playing game, and I was also a Martian.
beef up those U.S.
as a politician
industries to compete with the foreign ones. So you get
it was kind of funny.
a really good quality U.S. product at a lower price, which incentivizes people to buy that. So Buy American becomes more strong, right? And that's how you do tariffs, and that's how you revitalize the working class. But it's not the literally zero tariffs across the board always and forever, right? The hardcore free trade position. And it's certainly not what he's saying that, oh, no, the American middle class got hollowed out because of deficit spending. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's not true at all. That's not true at all.
I'll be right back.
Oftentimes, public deficits mean private surpluses. That's why when you do a stimulus during a recession, the private market recovers. Right? So he's got it totally backwards. This is where his libertarian brain rot comes in. But that's what's also so frustrating about Trump being such an idiot with these tariffs, is that he is now absolutely destroying the notion of any tariffs at all for a fucking generation. Where even specific targeted tariffs mixed with industrial policy for specific industries to revitalize it in the U.S., that's going to be looked at skeptically because this guy just tarnished tariffs by doing universal tariffs like an idiot with zero industrial policy. And so we can cut off the segment there, but what's interesting about this is here you have him clearly disagreeing with Trump pretty aggressively. He's like a no tariff guy. And on the broader picture here, he's right. Rand Paul's vision versus Trump's vision, Rand Paul's is far preferable. But even in the segment where the whole point is to rebuke Trump. He's like, oh, you gotta hand it to Trump. Can we stop with this, please? The emperor has no clothes, okay? He's a fucking moron. Let's call it what it is. Let's stop being dunces. But no, none of them are going to do it because all the Republicans are terrified. Trump has survived so much stuff politically and criminally that they feel like, oh, shit, we got a genuflect at the altar. There's nothing we could say or do. It's like, Where are your balls, bro? Where are your balls? The reality is he's a bloated idiot who got lucky getting away with 91 criminal charges because of the incompetence of the opposition and how much the prosecutors dragged their feet. And he got lucky in terms...
Simply, Steve, can we just agree that Avasarala is the best character in all the books?
Of continuing to get elected to office despite all of the fucking scandals and coasted by on his like entertainment value and vibes. He got lucky. Okay? Wake up. That doesn't mean you have to, oh, he's always right about everything and we can never disagree with him. Like, I get it. You don't want a mean tweet coming after you. You don't want him to destroy your career. But like I said, your career will be more destroyed if you are in lockstep with this man every step of the way now, because he is falling off a cliff and it's happening fast because he's destroying this country with all of his policies. So Rand Paul, this is the best you're going to get from any Republican at the moment. This is the best. This clip you just saw where he's disagreeing with Trump on tariffs, but in the same segment, he's like, but you got to hand it to him. That's the best you're going to get. And that says something disastrous about the cuckoldry of the Republican Party, certainly the elected Republicans, who have just humiliated themselves time and time again at the altar of this false god. All right, y'all, that's the show.
No, it's not.
Everybody do me a big favor, please.
No, it's not, because I just got another clip
you would think
from fucking
that
Kyle.
With the economy collapsing, with unemployment rising, with prices rising, with mass deportations and rounding innocent people up and sending them to gulags, you would think that the White House is a little busy, right? They got enough things on their plate that they're handling, destroying the country in 4 different ways. But they keep adding new horrors to the list. So let me show you this. This is reported in NBC News. Trump administration weighs drone strikes on Mexican cartels. The administration has increased surveillance flights over Mexico as it tries to track the powerful cartels that dominate the fentanyl trade. The Trump administration is considering launching drone strikes on drug cartels in Mexico as part of an ambitious effort to combat criminal gangs trafficking narcotics across the southern border, according to 6 current and former U.S. military, law enforcement, and intelligence officials with knowledge of the matter. Discussions among White House, Defense Department, and intelligence officials, which are still at an early stage, have included possible drone strikes against cartel figures and their logistical networks in Mexico.
Oh boy.
With the cooperation of Mexico's government,
yeah, talent.
Sources said. Now,
LOL. Oh boy.
Let me just pause to point out here. This is off the table. Claudia Sheinbaum, the president of Mexico, in no scenario would be like, yeah, America, come and do some airstrikes in my country.
Mm-hmm.
It's not happening. It's not happening. So I don't know what this article's thinking, even putting this line in here, but this is beyond the pale. Still, the administration has made no final decision and reached no definitive agreement about countering the cartels, and unilateral covert action without Mexico's consent has not been ruled out and could be an option of last resort. Because, you know, Trump has a real track record of following the rules. When Claudia Sheinbaum,
good luck, Texans,
Bob says, we're not doing that.
He starts a border war with fucking Mexico. Yeah, you're going to see a lot of Trumpers getting worried all of a sudden. What do you mean I can't go golfing this week? I got to go fight on the border of the Alamo 2.0? Oh, boy.
They're saying, hey, he's considering just blowing her off completely and saying, yeah, we're going to go in there and do drone strikes. Again, I don't...
Well, I mean, I've blown off every other woman in my life. Why wouldn't I blow her off?
I don't even know how to convey to you how beyond the pale we are right now. This is a sovereign government. This is our ally. We do a tremendous amount of trade with them. We've already had a war on drugs for decades, and now he wants to effectively militarize the war on drugs and do a war in Mexico. And then look, the other portion of this is, and everybody needs to understand this part too, Claudia Sheinbaum, like AMLO before her, is a social democrat. She's a leftist. She has an 85% approval rating. There's one thing we know for sure about U.S. empire.
The cartel has the same equipment as the Mexican military.
Don't like or respect any left of center governments in south of us, right? In this hemisphere. And we've done many coups of those governments. So my question for you is this a bit of a cover story? Is this a bit of a cover story where they really the goal is let's get rid of Claudia Sheinbaum. Let's get rid of this government. But we'll do it under the guise of, oh, nah, bro, we're just going after the cartels. We're just going after the cartels. This is crazy. If Mexico and the United States proceed together with drone strikes or other action, it would not be the first time they have launched a joint effort to take on the cartels, nor would it be the first time that American military and intelligence worked in concert with Mexico's law enforcement and army. They're trying to normalize this in this article. But what the Trump administration is contemplating could be unprecedented both in the number of U.S. personnel involved and the use of American unmanned aircraft to bomb cartel personnel and assets. The other thing is...
Ooh, T-minus 15 minutes, and that's when I'm going to smoke and end the show.
We simply don't know what the hell we're doing, right? Look at what's been happening in Yemen. They swore about, oh my God, we're getting the right targets, bro. We're getting the Houthis, bro. We're getting the bad guys, bro. Which, by the way, they're totally illegal in the first place. We shouldn't be going after them at all. But then you get the actual news coming out of there, and it's like, oh, you just killed a bunch of innocent people. Oh, you just bombed an apartment building that had a guy in it who you wanted, but it had his girlfriend and then a whole bunch of innocent people, and they blew it all up. The idea that this would be like hyper-targeted and you'd only be getting the really bad guys, that is absolute
It's all bullshit. It's always bullshit. And the fact that there's still people that believe that on both sides is insane.
My
God.
It's not happening. You would destroy countless innocent people's lives. And then, by the way, as we've learned from history with this drug war, we've often made it way worse, right? We did what's called the decapitation strategy, where you go after, the big boss, and we did that with El Chapo, and what happened? That actually led to more violence in the streets of Mexico. There were more negative consequences after you took out El Chapo. Why? Because then you had rival gangs and rival leaders fighting in the street in order to determine who's going to be the heir apparent and who's going to run the drug cartel. So it made the situation objectively worse when you handled it in a hyper-militaristic way. And this stuff is all obvious. It's all obvious. If you actually cared about fixing the problem, we know what the answer is. Legalize, tax, and regulate drugs. This is exactly what happened during Prohibition. When alcohol was illegal, organized crime got incredibly powerful, and there was more violence and more crime in the streets because you pushed the product to the black market where gangsters were then in control, and they got really wealthy over it, and there's no rule of law among the gangsters. When you legalize, tax, and regulate it, well, then you don't have people dying from bad batches of alcohol. You don't have rampant crime in the street. You have a legal, taxed, and regulated marketplace where it's more civilized, right? We already know the answer to these things. They don't care. Simply put, they are just warmongers. They're just warmongers. They want more war. He wants to be macho man, tough guy, bro. I'm taking on the world, bro.
Oh, yeah.
What happened? I thought half the time on the campaign trail, he said anti-war things.
Except he will never be a macho man.
Now, you want an illegal war with Mexico? Administration
only one macho man, yeah.
Officials and nominees have repeatedly refused to rule out drone strikes in public statements. The U.S. military and the CIA have dramatically stepped up surveillance flights over Mexico to collect intelligence in advance of what is likely to be a major campaign against the cartels, which the White House has labeled a threat to national security. The 6 sources said the flights are being carried out with Mexico's approval, Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum has said. So she's allowing the surveillance, but obviously not going to allow any strikes. If you had to script a way to make the world abandon us quicker, I don't think you can come up with one, right? I mean, we're threatening Greenland, we're threatening Panama, we're threatening Denmark, we're threatening Iran, we're bombing Yemen, we're bombing Somalia. We're going to try another coup in Venezuela. Now they're thinking about troops in Ecuador.
Trying to take Gaza.
All these things are going on, and while we're doing a trade war, and now it's like, you're telling your neighbor, who's our top ally, who we trade with all the time, hey, by the way, we're going to violate your sovereignty and maybe do like massive airstrikes there. Who voted for this? Who supports this?
Well, I mean, we know.
Who supports this?
They all do because they all, Kyle, they're never going to change their mind. Just acknowledge that we have a bunch of idiots in this country that are going to keep supporting this even though they're losing their homes. They're going to be packing their boxes and they're going to have their Trump flag nice and folded, literally on their lap, for where they can put it in the window of the motel.
And it's even more infuriating when we know what the solution is to the problem that they pretend they're trying to solve, which is legalize, tax, and regulate, put the cartels out of business. Instead, these idiots looked around and said, hey, we should try like a war on drugs. and they thought it's this like brilliant new thing. No, they just want to put it on steroids and human growth hormone and hyper-militarize it and lead to an actual literal hot war. I mean, guys, we're not getting through these next 4 years without absolute catastrophes. We're not. We're already witnessing a bunch of them. It's only going to get worse. And on the foreign policy front, it's going to get dramatically worse. I'm serious when I say, if you're in the military and you have a conscience, you need to resign. You need to step down. You need to be a conscientious objector. You need to say, look, man, I didn't sign up to bomb my neighbor, right? And they're going to get innocent people. They're going to ruin people's lives. You know, they're not going to get the right targets. Never mind the fact it's totally illegitimate in the first place. They're not even going to get congressional approval to do it, which would further make it illegal. So if you are tasked with doing something violent to Greenland or Panama or Mexico or Iran, you need to resign.
Yeah.
History doesn't judge the "I was just following orders" reaction very well. You know, they don't accept that for good
there's
reason.
A reason we remember those
Because at
guys
some point,
that didn't push
your
the
conscience
buttons.
has to step in. At some point, the Constitution has to step in and matter, right? So wake up,
But
y'all.
this whole thing of history, remember, who the fuck cares? Honestly, who the fuck cares? With that one, I'm just gonna say it. I don't care. I don't care who's the good or the bad guy in history, because honestly, history is usually just made up, like, it's always the fucking, it's written by the victors. It's always, like, we're always getting a biased view of it anyway, man. I hate this overemphasis of, like, needing your legacy to fucking, be better than the other. Fuck off. God. So sick of that. Just try and make things better for us while we're here. Ugh. Sorry. I felt that way for a while, though. Or just like, come on, guys. What the hell are we doing? Oh. Drugs are gonna keep on winning at this rate? Oh, yeah. I mean, well, it's like he was saying. The fact that they're not even calling it the war on drugs because they know that that's been, like, essentially over. It's essentially been won by the drugs, kind of like you were saying. Ugh. Fucking ridiculous, though. Still don't understand, like he was saying, how many of them are just so lost in it, where it's like they'll never wake up. You know? I hate to say, why even try at that point? Like, try for the independents and try for the centrists and the Dems. Like, these are the people we can win. I will forever remember the guy that burned himself alive instead of continuing to follow orders and harm Gaza. See? That is conscientious. Well, I mean, that's a little bit past conscientious objecting. But was that an IDF soldier? Because I would guess that it was. Not yet. 5 more minutes. I'm gonna stick around until 4:20. I realized that I was literally here until it. She'll be fine. She'll be fine with the 4:20. I already got it packed up. I already got everything loaded, ready to go. I've got the end credits ready to go. So yeah, we should be fine. Speaking of, I'll just make sure that's loaded. Aaron Bushnell. I mean, dude, we just did the Pat Tillman story yesterday. Oh, nice.
Mitesh $4.20. Yay.
Yay. Yay. All right, well, that's a celebration. I guess, no, I just looked it up. Aaron Bushnell set himself on fire. 24 in front of the Israeli embassy. Yeah. Bushnell's act was the second self-immolation protest in the United States in support of the Israel War of Gaza. Why are other people worried about self-immolation? Sorry, guys. No, I was reading up on the Aaron Bushnell thing, and the thing is, it was a it's an intense story. So I was also making sure that, didn't read anything that would be, TOS, but I think it would be. But no, fuck, man, that's crazy. I didn't realize that was so recent too. Hey, I hear you. I hear you back there. We're T-minus a minute away. Let's smoke and then. All right. Yeah, so I was also like, I was kind of debating setting up another segment, but I'm like, dude, I got like literally 2 minutes ago, so. Because, now it is that time where it's like, yes, I have to smoke and sign off pretty quickly, so. All right, guys, load up. 30 seconds. Oh. You didn't see nothing. You saw nothing. Nothing. And also, Mitesh, thank you for the $4.20. $4.20. Really appreciate that. Let's go. Alrighty. Cheers. Woo. What the fuck? Oh, God. Hold on. Ah, damn it. Hold on. Stupid tip goal. It didn't update the, There we go. Yeah, no shit. Thank you for pointing that out. That would have been there for the next stream. There we go. Much better. Alrighty, guys. Well, I will, possibly catch you all tomorrow. Actually, this is, going to be a little bit of a long weekend. So Saturday, same thing. It's going to be some sporadic content. Sunday, same shit. But on Monday, we're back to the same old. But yeah, look out for that special content. It's going to be members only. So if you are members over on YouTube, definitely take a look for that. If you're not a member over on YouTube, then consider popping over to YouTube, and we have gifted memberships. Tell Unimoogle hi. I will. All right, guys. Yep, I gotta go. Gotta go do this. Gotta go pick her up. What is a member? A member of the channel. But unfortunately, I don't have time to really go through it right now. I have got to go, so I will catch y'all later. Peace.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.